Hello, everybody. How's it going? It's good to see you all. We're here on King SMP once again, and I know it's a little bit late. Some of us were expecting it yesterday, and unfortunately, I had some internet issues, and it came on in time for me to do the stream anyway, but I wasn't sure if it was going to stay on because they said it wasn't going to come back till like 7:30. And admittedly, I could have just started late, but it ended up being for the best that that took as long as it did, and I ended up delaying it. Because I am now 100% caught up on my VOD channel in terms of all of the recent VODs that have been not published yet are now published. So anything in the last 2 weeks should be on there finally. And it's given me a lot of time to do a couple of other things that I've been neglecting. I haven't been able to clean my room in a good while. I actually got to do a lot of that yesterday. It looks a lot nicer. I hadn't had time to shave for a little bit. I've had time to do that, so I did that yesterday. I'm using my 3D printer today because I've had extra time. And I have also begun taking a introductory course in a college class, which is pretty cool. It's for computer science, and it was free, so why not, you know? I've been a busy lad. How's it going, guys, though? Good to see you all. I hope you're all doing well. Congrats on grabbing first there, Nightfall. Hello, big dumb dummy dumb face man. Hello, Nightfall. How's it going? I was thinking today, instead of doing like one of the really, one of the projects we've been focusing on for a lot recently, like the mansion, which looks really, I mean, it's incomplete right now, but it's on its way. It's got its own things that it needs, but it's on its way. There's that, I've got stuff over here that I want to do, but I'm putting that off till later. Of course, I need to finish these towers at some point with actually decorating the walls and the courtyard, but I'm not going to. I need to take out the airplane at some point, but I'm not going to. I need to finish draining the lake or the river, but I'm not going to. You know what I am going to do? I'm not coming over here and doing the mountain. I'm actually going to do some of the volcano today. I really want to make one of these sides like look really, really epic. And so I was kind of wondering if maybe it's possible that I get like this side done. So, there, and there, these three quadrants, or not quadrants. They're like eighths, I think. But if you could get these 3/8 done all the way up to the top, it might make it look better than it has in the past. So I'm going to try to do that, and it should help. It should kind of help make everything look better. We'll just have to wait and see. I apologize if you guys can hear my 3D printer in the background. It is a little loud, but it's printing me a specific tool I need. I needed a rubber ducky for my course, my college course, and I don't have a rubber ducky, fun fact. So, I decided I would 3D print one instead, and it's gonna take apparently like 14 hours. It's dropped down to 10 since then, but it's gonna take a little bit of time, and I didn't really have time to just pause it and hope that it would stick together very well. So it's gonna print while we're playing, and if it somehow gets done before we're done with today's stream, then I'll even share it with you guys, and you guys can see the rubber ducky. King, I need your help. What's going on, Derek? I need to pick up my child from the ER, but I'm not going to. Fair enough. Children suck. the ER, it sucks even more. I don't recommend going, guys. I've never been, but I just don't recommend it. Let me do that. Okay. So I'm hopeful that you guys have had a great weekend, whatever unit of measure you want to do there. I mean, we're into the week now, so I guess I do hope you guys have had a good week so far. We need to go get some stone. Can you help me with my prefix and claims? Not right now. I might be able to help you with it a little bit later, though. But I do need to get into doing some stuff first. You do have your homes, though, do you? If not, I can at least teleport you to where your homes are. Let me grab this and this. Okay. Let me think. No? Okay. So, let me just quickly do that. That's easy. TPO, underscore Derek swing. Or Derek underscore swing. Whatever your old username was. Give me a second. Whenever it loads. Shockbite has been advertising that they're working on a new server control panel. It looks really, really cool. And I really can't wait to try it out. However, what's going on here? I'm spelling that right. It's not working. Try TP off. There we go. Okay. I'm gonna assume this is Derek's, because this is where he logged out last. Let me just /TP. Myself to Derek and see what he's doing, where he's at. Just at spawn, okay. TP here. Derek. Okay. That should at least get you at least somewhere in the right spot. Hopefully. And this is where you logged out, so I'm assuming this is yours. That might not be a good assumption now that I'm thinking about it. This is most definitely not yours. Somebody else was here. So I guess the question is, where is your place? Let me do /homes. Okay, there we go. I don't know what we're waiting on, but I'm waiting. I don't think he said anything after that, did he? Okay. I see Spy. Hello, Pine. How's it going? What? Look. Derek's home. I mean, it doesn't say. I mean, on some of it says you. Do you know who Jax would be by chance? I have Java. Yeah, I know that, but your friend. Okay. Well, if this is your place, then I'll leave you to it. Have fun. That's a pretty sizable area. I don't think there's a claim on it, is there? If there is, I'll go ahead and transfer that to you really quick. Derek home, okay. Yeah, let me let me think. Transfer owner Derek home to Derek. Yes. Okay. There you go. You now have perms here. It's all yours, man. Okay. It now says it's got 7 hours on this print. I'm getting concerned. It's getting really fast through it. I'm doing some 3D printing and see, it's so slow. Why is my game slow? I mean, you are pretty far out from spawn, but I don't think that's it. If you're running any mods, you should be careful about that. Those can tend to make your game a little bit slower. I recommend going into your video settings, making sure your render distance isn't too high. If you're running shaders, you can disable that. Set your max frame rate to like 60. I want that to be 155. That's my refresh rate there. Want to check out the sickiest latest grief? Oh boy, yeah, let's see it. Not you. You. I'm assuming. Oh. This is sick. What the heck? I've never been here before. Cherry base? Okay. This is... I mean, I've never seen this, but let me go to the cherry base. I might have to come back here and explore, dude. That place is sick. Oh. Oh boy. Now... How did they... How did they manage this? Radius, 5. You've been there before, it was unfinished. Oh, okay. 7 days, just to see. Let me, like, just do right here then. How about that? Radius of, like, 2. Broke cherry leaves. I mean, it... How did that happen? Is that a chunk glitch? No way. That can't be a chunk glitch. It's not all the way on the border. It's only part of the way on the border. What? Hmm. But it feels like it's a chunk glitch. Like, let me... /COI. It's just undone. Why was it undone? Okay. /COI restore Indigo Autumn, or you Indigo Autumn, radius 5 time 3 days. And that's part of it. That's not all of it. What? Some of it was done longer ago. Okay. So if I do that... And then up here, was this done yet? No. Okay. Huh. This is a little bit strange. Huh. I don't know why it got reset. Gotta redo the lanterns. Okay. Some of the blocks in the other houses is gone too. What the heck? I mean, some dude named Smolik broke that one. Okay. So we're going to slash temp ban PT ISCIE ENTIFIQUE2 for, like, I guess 3 days. Briefing. And it's like not that big of a deal, but still, dude. They don't usually come back, but for some reason I'm gonna have the feeling they're like, I didn't know they were still building that. So let me do slash CO rollback. Go back up. Where's my band? There we go. Use this as the base. So you slash rollback or slash CO rollback. Time 5 days, radius of probably 20. Okay. And then this one was some dude named Theo. Don't know why he decided to take the cherry logs there, but he did. So we're gonna have to do the same deal here. Theo underscore 0602. And then this one was done 10 days ago by some lad named Sinalta. And then this one was broken by some dude named Captain Cyber. Jeez, why? Why? For what purpose? Like, there's plenty of wood elsewhere, dudes. And then over here, of course, you got Smolik. So... let me do that, 11 days. And this one, oh. Okay. I think that's everything. This is supposed to be a cherry log, but it says that you broke that one. So I'm assuming that was intentional. Let me go back out and just make sure. Who did this? I've been taken. Why? I don't know. Let me see if some of our perpetrators are from the same IP by chance. Usually when they come in like that, it's a pretty good sign that, you know, they're probably the same group of people anyway. So it's Control C that. And let's look them up. Okay, that's their IP there. If I get rid of this. Nope, all different people. Okay. Then I gotta ban each and every individual instead. Oh, what a bummer. Okay, so we've got Theo. We're just gonna give them all the same ban here. Make sure to leak the IP. Oh, definitely. Great idea. Oh boy. We'll just do a 3-day grief ban. It's fine. Temp ban. What? Oh, you. Right. Gotta do that. Okay. And then we've got this person here. Which we can do really quickly. And then we've got this person here. And how many more do we got? There's Captain Cybers Smolik. 3 days is an extremely light ban for griefing, but I don't think they're coming back. 2, what they'll try to say as an argument anyway is we didn't know it was griefing, we didn't know that was actually being built, or something dumb like that, even though they clearly knew. But then I can just tell them, oh, but I gave you a light punishment anyway, just so you guys could learn from your mistakes. They'll get mad and still leave, but it makes me look like a good guy still. So, yeah, I think that's all. Slash COI, so I can stop that. And then I also wanted to look and see why some of your stuff was undone earlier, Nightfall. I'm unsure what happened there, but somebody did /CO rollback. I want to go back and see why and when. So that was all me. Okay. That was Unreal here. Don't think Unreal would have done it. He has no reason to. Go back here. It could have been this. No, it couldn't have been. Okay. Oh, hang on. I think I know what this one might have been. Okay. I see, I see. Well, he tried. He did try. Probably tried to help, but was unsuccessful. Yeah. Okay. Well, you know, that's fine. That's fine. Also, I'm pretty sure that guy was flying as well. He's banned already, but I'll leave it alone. It's whatever. Okay, sorry about that, guys. Hello. Hi, how are you? I was dealing with some server admin stuff. Let's see. Hello, Goliath. How's it going? Good to see you. What have you been up to today, man? I think we should claim the area because I'm tired of getting griefed. Yeah, I thought Unreal already did like a region on it. Did he not? He didn't. Why? Okay. I'll quickly just do a quick X claim. I don't like doing regions. I hate them. I hate them so much. But I'll just quickly do an X claim over top of it so nobody does anything with it. New claim, confirm. Just go back and forth. This one will be quick. I'm trying to make sure I give you enough room on the back end so you guys can do stuff with the palace or whatever it's gonna be called. I say you guys, it's probably gonna be just Nightfall on that one. But you know, the idea is there. Maybe everybody will help. I don't know. Do one more over. Okay. So if I quit that, and then I do X claim again, edit claim permissions, add player, Indigo Autumn, add, Nightfall, add, he's not online right now. Where's his username? Where's Bionics? Yeah, me and my team will build it. Yeah. Okay, it's Bionics. BIONICZ. And Unreal Elements. Okay. And then that should be fine. I mean, you guys just need your perms. Interact, open chests, place entities, place vehicles, use flammables. I'm just gonna give you all the things. Okay. And once this is all said and done, you know, it should be safe. And if anyone has an issue with my implementation of this, they can make the region themselves. Just watching a violent king performing his royal duties. You know me. You know me. I'm always out here being a little bit vicious, you know. Banning people, taking away all their fun. You know, there's nowhere safe for these kids. Okay, so everything but the last two. Okay. I'm gonna just rename it for now. What is it? Bonsai Grove. It's not. Is it? Now I'm doubting myself. What is it? What is it called? Oh no. Okay, let me open up the console and see if I can find it in there. Okay, yeah, I'm right. It's Bonsai Grove. Oh. Thank you, Indigo. Okay, it has a name. It's claimed. You guys should be able to be the only ones to use it now. Let's see, F3 and G, and I'm gonna go back home. Okay. Jeez. On a real note, doing good, just working all the time? Amen, man. Amen. I felt that. I've been busy lately. I ended up taking yesterday off from streaming just due to my internet being a little bit wacky. And honestly, it was one of the best things that could have happened. You guys, we actually might have a plastic rubber duck by the end of the stream. It's down to 5 hours now, and it said like 10 hours and 14 hours not that long ago. So it's kind of dropping rapidly, and it is starting to look a little bit more like a rubber duck. I have a 3D printer going in the background. Sorry, I'm getting distracted. What was I saying? Oh yeah, so the internet went out yesterday. It was fine. You know, just something that you deal with every once in a while. But it made it so that I could actually spend some time doing things that I don't usually do. And so I spent like a lot of time catching up on some of that work that I've been neglecting for a while. And it felt so good, dude. I'm all caught up on some of that really annoying work that's like time consuming. And I even had time to start working on the on a introductory course to computer science, which is pretty nice. I wanted to get into that kind of stuff for a while, and I've never had the time. So I'm going to be trying to take 3 of those lessons every week now, which is, I guess, the standard rate. I might even try to get a little bit farther ahead so I can get done with it quicker. Not that I really want to be done quickly, but more so I need to be careful about time, and I want to get it done before summertime. And there's like, if I'm not mistaken, there's a total of 9 lessons. They recommend 1 lesson a week technically, but I'm going to be doing 3 lessons a week instead, which is what I believe that's what their what did they use for the word there? What was their word? It was regular pacing. I could do their intense and do 5 days a week, or 5 lessons a week, but that sounds intense, like very, very intense. Can I claim this 4x4 for build shop? So for shops, you got to put in an application for before you can actually build it. It'll probably get accepted. It's just how we make sure that you know, we have good quality builds and that we're not flooding the market with certain types of shops. But if you can, it's on the Discord. I think it's still on the Discord anyway. Let me see. Yeah, on the Discord in the info section near the top, it should say forms. On there, there's a King SMP embed for shop registration. Just click that link at the end and apply, and we'll review it as soon as we can. Let's see. What's up, Indigo? What's up? Me and my team will build it. Sorry about taking all that time. No worries. It had to be done. That's one of those things that you just got to do and you got to do. And I know Unreal's been busy lately, so I couldn't just ask him. Otherwise, I would have. But, you know, he's a busy guy. So that's when it's my time to shine and be everybody's hero instead. Why is casino wrong? What? /spawn. What? What the heck? The interior of the casino looks fine. It's just the outside that's... This is weird. /co rollback, radius, like 3, 4, user, Unreal, or /restore, Unreal elements, time 3 days. Sort of. That wasn't supposed to happen. Hang on. /co rollback. That one was me. You king time 1 day radius of like 3. There we go. Okay. Building got moved. Part of it did. It was the entrance wasn't the right size. Something's off about up here too. Okay. /COI. What's going on here? It's just not inspecting. Okay. Do that again. Inspector enabled. So I need to... That's fine. I mean, yeah, I guess it is, but... What's going on up here? I didn't do that yet? Okay. And then he placed these, but he didn't place them over here? Huh. I'm confused. I am so very much confused. Hmm. What the heck? And then, like, up here... Is this normal? That says it's normal. Okay. Here there were stairs, but here there wasn't. Something is weird. Like, really, really, really weird. Huh. Because it's not even like it's displaying everything. It's only displaying some of the things. How big of a rollback did he do? Like, another thing... Or no. That's fine. It's just because of this. Try fix up, check under, plus don't miss up Casino Redstone. I don't think that's gonna be of any issue because of the way well, no, it's definitely messed up. Oh boy. Okay. Yeah. Fun. That's fun. Okay. That was a torch burnout. I don't know if that was supposed to happen, but it did. So... I'm gonna have to talk to Unreal about this later, probably. But if I had to guess... He probably forgot, like, a very important detail. And when you forget to tell somebody a very important detail about, I don't know, rolling back structures and specifying usernames and stuff, but when you don't do that, unfortunately, mistakes happen. I think this might have been somewhere along the lines of with, when Pi was doing his rollbacks for griefing and stealing. It may have hit part of the casino, and because it wasn't specified to a user or the appropriate times, that might have done something. I haven't done a ton of research, but that's my guess. Let's see. Because he's even rolled back some of Bionic's stuff. So /CO rollback. Radius of 5. Or not rollback, restore. Radius of 5. Time. 3 days. User, it's Bionics. Okay. Up here, we're missing repeaters. Okay. Interesting. So, why did it do that. Slash CO undo. Huh. Okay. That there. Okay, that makes sense. What about this? Okay. No interactions found. Except there. Okay. What the heck? Why is this still here? Or this? How does he have redstone torches on top of redstone torches? I'm so confused. This doesn't make any sense. Okay, I think it needs to all happen at the same time, so undo. Or slash CO undo. Like 3. Okay. And so if I go under now, it should be all the same. So now if I do a restore on what Bionics has done in here for like a radius of 15. Still no. CO undo. How are these related to each other? They aren't really. See, it's saying that Unreal broke the stone there. But why would that get doesn't make any sense. Because why would this get undone then? I don't know. I am very, very, very confused. Unless, like, for some reason Unreal used his power for that, in which case, like, it deserves to be broken then. But I seriously doubt he did. It's just getting more busted as we go, I feel like. What's going on? Okay. Well, I tried to fix it. It's very clearly broken, and it's been broken. And I don't know how or why. But it's broke. Like, broke. It's stat poker. Yeah, so this is supposed to be stat poker. It wasn't working anyway. Let me fix it. I'm not going to let anybody touch it until we know exactly what's going on here, because if this is one of the mods' faults, then we need to talk to them about how to fix it first before we just send somebody loose in there. And also, it's Bionics and Unreal's project. If they're wanting to do it, I don't want to send somebody else to do it. It's a little disheartening when somebody else takes your project. But for whatever reason, it's looking like someone, some step of the way, made a mistake, and I don't think they thought to check it. And I don't know how exactly this one, how bad this one is necessarily. I mean, it's bad. It's just bad. I don't... What the heck? I'm... Okay. Bionics place obsidian. Bionics Unreal place obsidian. So, was Unreal moving everything over to the side by one? And stooped stuff? Yeah, it's gonna do that too. Entities it loves to dupe. I'm gonna just say we're not gonna touch anything else. It's not for us to touch. I've got to figure out, a lot about it. Figure out, who, why, what needs to happen to fix this so it doesn't happen ever again. That's not mine. Okay, let me also message staff chat. Just so they're aware of the situation. Just so y'all are aware, at some point, Core Protect was either used improperly or just malfunctioned and broke some stuff. Casino is pretty bad in GL. Alright. That's, I'll just let them handle that now. Come look here. All building block got moved one block. So, here's the thing. They didn't just get shifted over by one, by, like, World Edit or something. Everything here, yes, it did get moved, but that was because the design needed to be moved. They wanted it a little bit further off here, so that's why it just showed up as moving. It lines up with the build. As for down here, this, I don't know what's going on with it. Bionic said it wasn't working anyway, so I'm not like, I don't feel too bad about it not working anymore. He's been having some issues with it, and it's been due to, if I'm not mistaken, where is it? Right here. It keeps deleting either a hopper or a dropper, and, so he's been having an issue with that anyway, but I'm not gonna let anybody in there to try to fix it, because it's just gonna get messed up more, because we're gonna try to come back through and redo it so that everything works again, but it needs to be redone with, okay, what's triggering that? Because that needs to be turned off. Probably, no, it can't be that. Down here. I mean, it's a loop. Is this torch burning out? No. I'm gonna assume it's this one. I'm just gonna, gonna do that. That didn't help. Oh no, that didn't help. Okay, so we gotta track it down a little bit more. They have they auto timer. Well, it seems like that, but I don't think it's not exactly clear where that's coming from. Is the issue? It could be this. It's not that. They're two whole different mechanisms, and so this might be that. So if I just break this, does that stop it? It did at least stop most of it. And then over here, that just needs to be turned off. Okay. I don't want the server to lag due to this, so that's why I don't mind breaking just a couple of pieces. It may be bugged. Yeah, that's true. Okay. Well, that gets us at least somewhat into something, I guess. It's not exactly how I imagine spending this moment of the stream, but, you know, that's fine. It's okay. It's still broken, like, very broken, and I don't really know why. But, I don't know who to talk to about that, really, other than just talk to them, all of the mods, and see who tried to use Core Protect and what commands exactly they used. That seems to probably be our biggest issue, I guess, at the moment. Because Indigo's stuff was hit. And then over in the one area. And then the casino was pretty bad. Has that always been that way, or is that messed up too? Bionics. That was 100 days ago. Okay. Okay. So that's just always been that way. Is anything else messed up? I don't think so. I'm just gonna go ahead and leave everything alone then. It's looking like the casino's just gonna need to be reworked at this point. It was broken anyway, the card shuffler was. It just didn't work. And then Stat Poker wasn't exactly working either, so we're just gonna have to rework both of those anyway. We'll see what happens. Has it always been off-center? Please tell me he didn't do that. Unreal? Please tell me you didn't. He built it this way. Why? Why would you... No. Why? What? Come on, please. You did 2 of them on, right? Oh. I mean, that's not even a mistake due to a command. That's just unreal. I mean, it looks good. I'm assuming, I mean, yeah, that's unreal. 74 days ago he did that. And it looks good, it's just off-center. It's not even on-center to this. I'm so confused. Okay. Also tree? What about tree? Oh. What you guys do here? I broke some stone. I mean, broke grass block. Got move one to the right. Did he use world edit to like move it by chance? Because you guys didn't tear it down just to rebuild it, right? I just want to be 1000% certain of this. You guys did not tear it down and rebuild it. Because that's the only thing that explains it being shifted entirely one to the right. You can't just like have a glitch that moves everything to the block to the right. That because he broke it here, so he did move at least some of it to the right. But over here, like, this is weird. And maybe he just left it that way, I don't know, but this is weird. Okay. I'm confused. See, but that's the thing, it says Unreal broke stuff there. So I I'm okay. Give me a second. Uh, I need maybe this one? Possibly? Okay. Okay, hang on. He did paste in something. But the question is why? And he just randomly just like let me see, where does he say it? He doesn't even say anything, he just kind of leaves. Now it's just not working again, so he says, and then leaves. I'm confused, man. Because... So, like, over here, if it should technically be over on this, like, right here, right? I mean, how would... Doesn't make any sense, because... Like, for example... When I tried to reset up here, it was resetting some of it, but not all of it. So if he did do a world edit placement, it would have fixed itself when I did do the reset. So, let me think. So either he just absolutely butchered the placement, and then that's why it's not working properly, because that would explain the floating torches. That would explain the floating torches now. Usually pasting in redstone over top of redstone without clearing it just doesn't work. At least from my prior experiences. Because you do have things like torches and repeaters that sometimes glitch out. So that could have been it. Sometime error load up cost the server. It's... I don't know, man. This is... Like... all the placements of stone, and nothing's making a ton of sense to me. Other than the fact that I can tell it's not working. Like, all of this should be over one more, I can tell you that much. But it says Unreal broke the stone. So, I mean, if we go based off of the fact that if World Edit counts as him placing it, we could do /rollback 3 days Unreal or Unreal elements, right? And then do a time of 3 days. Gotta go back and delete the other 3 days. And then do a radius of like 20. I mean, that moves it. But again, the casino up top is still broken from that. So, I mean, we can fix it, but still. All fixed. Well, it's still not working. That's the thing. So I don't really know what his attempt was here in trying to move it, other than... Not even for chunk borders. I mean, yeah, no. I don't know what his goal there was exactly. And over here, this has been messed up a couple of times, it looks like. And then up here, it's duplicated the armor stand again. So, why didn't he just tell me that he tried that in the first place? For one. Like, that would have saved a lot of headache. Also, This isn't right. Hang on. Yeah, I gotta redo all that. There. Okay. Is that all fine? You're missing a letter in casino? Yeah. I'm finding out a lot of things. Let's see, so... This still doesn't look right to me. But I'm gonna leave that alone. So why did he move it? I'm still confused, and this still doesn't look right. And I can tell you there should be redstone torches here. And they're just not. Because what Bionics did was undone. So then you have to do slash... That takes you back to where we were. So why was Bionics stuff undone? Light area is supposed to have a banner on it, but I didn't do it yet. Okay. That makes sense. But why is Bionic stuff still not done? So let me try to redo that. Bionics. Right. Restore. Yeah, no. So slash seal undo. So yeah, and see, it made it even worse. What? Okay. This is impressive. Okay. That's as close as it's gonna get, I guess. But this is broke. Like, properly broke. And then this is gonna cause lag. I gotta find it. It's power source here. Can I disable it by chance? Let me go up to the top. There we go. And then this over here. Okay, it's not the obsidian. Let me slash CO roll back. King time 1 minute. There you go. So where's the clock on this one? It's running from over here. Right there. Okay. So... Let me just... I'm gonna remove something obvious so they know. It's that redstone. If anyone asks, it's that one. And then that one started up again. Thank you. You guys can just leave it flicked. Thank you. Okay. I don't know. I'm gonna leave it alone. I'm done with it. Unreal can fix it if he wants to. If he doesn't, then we'll redo all of this stuff over at the big casino and just call it a day there. I think Step Poker would probably fit better over there anyway, because it's probably going to be more of a minigame sort of deal. I know it's not as automated as some would like it to be, and that's kind of the big thing with it, but we'll just make sure it's on the top level, has plenty of space to work with, and all that. What's up, my invertebrate brothers or buddies? Hey Vince, how's it going? Let's see. Builder Redstone Slave by Unreal. Yeah, I'm amazed at how broken that is. It's not it's not great, that's for sure. It's not great. So I'm just gonna, like I said, I'm gonna leave it alone. I'm gonna end up building my own design for a lot of this stuff anyway, because don't get me wrong, a lot of what they've got in there is cool, but it seems to be a little bit buggy, and I think I know part of why. For one, Bionic's thing, it's probably a region flag, honestly. Casino. It doesn't have any flags, so... Huh. It might not run deep enough, and it might actually be spawn then. Although it's not showing to have any flags either. Interesting. I'll have to do some research on that then. I don't know what's going on there, but I'll figure it out later. It's right now I just want to play some Minecraft, honestly. I've been trying to go back and fix things for a little bit now. I'm ready to just play. It's unreal how broken it is, for real, dude. For real. Wow, you're contributing? You know, it was the intent to contribute all along. It's just, you know, one, a lot of my projects get stolen from me. I was gonna do the Coliseum, but Unreal didn't like how it looked and kept telling me how to do it, so I just stopped messing with it. So, you know, I was gonna do that. And then there's several other projects that I've talked about doing, and then it ends up just being somebody else's job later. So I've given up trying to do things in the public. It's not my cup of tea anymore. Too much trauma. It's never enough for these kids, man. Although, that being said, I might not actually contribute that much to the new casino. I wanna do a lot with it, actually. But I might not, just due to the fact that I am gonna be taking some more computer science courses in the coming weeks. And, you know, that stuff can take a lot of time, unfortunately. Now I get the trauma. Yay! Let's go. You know, it's a tradition here on King SMP to pass down your trauma. How's the rubber ducky coming along? It's got another 5.5 hours, it says. It's starting to slow down. It's actually coming along really well, too. I can't wait to show you guys it. It's gonna be sick. I love myself some extra rubber duckies. You just gotta have them. They have to exist. Okay, that should be fine. So I've got to get from here to there. We can do that. That's easy. A couple weeks ago, I was talking to you guys about wanting to build a game, like develop a game. And I've actually made some progress in that. With my computer science course I was taking earlier today, I have officially made like a game with Scratch, which is just a drag and drop interface to develop logic for a game. And I've officially done that. It's not the best thing in the world, but it exists. I'm going to be doing a lot more with it in the coming weeks, hopefully. It's my goal to make some sort of polished product by the end of summer. That maybe I'll even be able to let you guys play. I've got an idea in my head a little bit about maybe a game that would be smaller in size, something that you'd pick up off of Steam for maybe like $5 kind of deal. You know, it's not gonna be the most insane game in the world, but you know, I've got an idea in my head. That's all that matters. I'd actually like to get it out by Halloween because it would definitely be a great horror game. But we'll see. We'll see. I'm not gonna make any promises on that one. Let's see. So what I want to do. So I'm gonna just kind of follow it along a little bit here. What was I saying? Oh yeah. So the game I ended up making with Scratch was basically like a little game similar to like Duck Hunt. And it was pretty cool. I mean, it took me a long time to figure out how it worked, but once I kind of got there, it wasn't so bad. So now I'm just kind of learning more things here and there. I'm not going to be doing much more with Scratch, thankfully. I'm going to be trying to moving into C++. That's the big boy language. You know, I got to put on my big boy pants and actually learn something. But we'll see how long it takes me to get there. But we'll see. We'll see. It was actually really fun to make, though. I learned a lot about conditions and variables and all that kind of stuff. Takes me a lot back to my Java days. I used to program a little bit with Java, not much. But I could do like little number guessing games and like choose your own adventure kind of stories with it. Really, really fun. Java was a fun language, weirdly enough. To me, I loved it. There's a lot of people that hate it, though. But for me, it was like, oh yeah, this is fun. It makes sense. So I'm excited to get back into that at some point, too. Because with Java, one thing you can do is you can actually mod Minecraft. Which kind of brings me right back to my plans around this time last year. I was going to be making some Minecraft mods, so I might be also working on some of that in the near future as well. Let's see, what is it called, Mr. Engineer? The game I'm wanting to make, it doesn't have a name yet. And I don't know if I really want to reveal the concept just yet either. But it would be more of a game that, it's gonna be similar to, like, it's gonna be pretty similar to a more puzzle horror game. You know, you might be being chased around by something or things. And you're gonna have to figure out your way through it before you end up getting caught by the thing or things. And it should be pretty fun, hopefully. Let's see. Wow, that's crazy. It's almost like it's in the name. I know. Imagine Java being something that Minecraft uses. I could never imagine that personally. Oh, I'm not recording. I need to be doing that. English only band. Yeah, you know, we gotta ban Bionics. He speaks non-English. Not okay, man. Not okay. Okay, what was I gonna say? There was something else I wanted to talk to you guys about. But I'm really struggling now. Um, darn. There was something really cool I was gonna also talk about. It's probably along the same lines of game development and such, but it's not coming back to mind, so we're gonna pretend it wasn't awesome. Okay. Exactly the audacity of that man. I know, he's just casually breaking the rules in front of the owner. Can't believe it. Okay, I need more stone. Alright, what are we looking at anyway? Oh. It's getting big. Okay. Let me, when we get to this bar here, I'm gonna take a quick break. I need to get more water soon. And I'm also thinking I might pick up, like, some sort of small snack. Just to get me through tonight. I'm tempted to take an extra lesson of the course tonight so I can just get caught up. Because I was supposed to technically start it in January, and I kept putting it off. And it doesn't have to be done until December 31st, technically. But, I should really get it done sooner than that, especially if I want my final project to be cool. Because the final project is going to be basically a culmination of everything I've learned. And, you know, I kind of want to be able to show off a little bit with that, if I can. And so, the longer I have to make my final project, the better. Oh boy. Let's see. Bird. I'm speaking the language of El Printer, the best nation. Ah, yes. The Printer Nation is indeed the best. Although they have the most tech issues from what I hear, so I don't know, man. Maybe not the most technologically advanced, but, you know, very much superior in terms of language. I can definitely agree with that. Okay, let me pause, go down, and sleep really quick. Just so it stops raining and all that. Okay. Bruh. You get used to a printer, mine never worked. Yeah, I mean, I never really have been one to use like a paper printer, but um I have gotten used to using them in the past. I've had to print like gosh, how many pages was it? Like 200 pages all at one go. So I've gotten used to it unfortunately, and working with these lousy machines, but um yeah, I don't necessarily recommend doing that much, but you know, you can if you want, you know. But with my 3D printer, I get used to the very annoying sounds it makes, dude. This thing is so loud. It's actually hot too. I've been debating whether or not I need to take off my jacket tonight or not. It's it's pretty hot inside though. Uh I'm wondering, can you guys hear it by chance? It's loud. It's really loud. But I tried to set up my audio filter so you guys wouldn't be able to hear it. I know I can hear it loud and clear. Oh. Oh, I'm so sorry. Let me... Let's, let's try. Does that sound any better by chance? Probably not. It might even sound worse. I don't know. I might just be really quiet and being drowned out by the noise. Who knows? It's better, but it gives more echo to your voice. Okay, we'll just run with it, you know? It's fine. It's gonna be loud, but at the end of the day, we'll have a duck. And I guess I never explained what the duck was for, did I? That's an oversight. I should have explained that. Now it just sounds like I'm obsessed with rubber ducks. You see, the duck is supposed to be an assistant, basically. I can only hear what you speak. Oh, lovely. Well, I mean, at least it's not like a droning sound, at least. That's something, right? But there's this term in programming and computer science and stuff where it's called rubber ducking. And the idea is you have this little object or a person or an animal that you talk to explain the issue that you're having. And the idea is it's supposed to, because it knows nothing at all, you're going to explain it in the most basic details possible so that it understands. Like you would to a person who knows nothing. You know, you're going to very carefully explain how Minecraft works. And so when you get into carefully explaining how the problem is and, you know, what you're doing to fix it, it starts to make more sense to you in your head as well. And so the idea is you get this rubber duck, and it is your best friend. And I'm hoping that it helps me, because it'll get you unstuck in a lot of your issues that you might end up with. And since I didn't have one laying around, I decided I'd 3D print one, and I have a lot of rubber ducks I want to print now, because they're beautiful little creatures. I found a couple. Let me see. There's the Quacken, which is a kraken duck. There's the duck with legs. There's the Incredible Hulk, that's also a duck. And then there's a New York City duck. He goes well with my Twin Towers, I'm assuming. Or not my Twin Towers, sorry, my New York City Lego set. And then there was a couple others that I kind of thought about doing even. But I decided against too many, because you only need so many ducks. I perform better under pressure, though, is my thought. So if I have, like, 12 ducks watching me, then, you know, I'll probably perform very well, right? But the best friend? I need no such weakness. But wait, what? Best friends are awesome, man, especially if they're just little rubber ducks. I guess mine isn't going to be made of rubber, though. Mine's going to be made of plastic, which is arguably worse. But, you know, you have to make sacrifices, I guess. Like, at least rubber you can kind of squish down. So, like, I could give my rubber duck a hug, but mine, it doesn't squish. It's just all bone, basically. I did make a poor choice in material, didn't I? You won't be able to cuddle with all 12 in your cradle. I know, it's gonna be so sad. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm not gonna be able to do this anymore. I'm gonna have to rethink my life. There was a poor decision made in this process, and I'm trying to figure out how I'm gonna rectify that now. One of the other really cool benefits I'm gonna have of learning a lot of the computer science now that I'm thinking about it, is I'm also going to learn a lot about databases and servers, which just so happens to come in clutch when it comes to running a Minecraft server. You learn a little bit of that stuff that, you know, might help me out a little bit, especially when it comes to writing custom plugins and scheduling tasks and such. If I can get access to my backend now of the Shockbite server, we'd be set, man. Which I think they're actually going to open up a little bit more of that in the next Shockbite update, which is coming, I'm hoping by the end of the summer. We'll see. I mean, I probably won't be with them a whole lot longer. I love Shockbite, because they usually do give me a pretty good discount, all things considered, but they're no longer the cheapest, and their hardware is kind of crapping out on me a little bit. Like, right now it's running okay, I think. Yeah, I mean, we're running 20 TPS, but it's only 3 people online, one of which is AFK. So I don't know. But, you know, having extra knowledge never killed anyone either. Like, even if all my other plans fall through and, you know, taking the course was a waste of time in terms of, like, oh yeah, none of that's gonna make me money or, you know, really do me much good. Oh well, you know, at least I learned stuff. 2 of which are AFK. Yeah, true. Shockbite doesn't give you full access, so they give me like an interface, and so I can do whatever I want within that interface. So, for example, I have access to all the server files for the Minecraft side of things. However, the Minecraft server actually runs on another server. And I don't have access to that stuff. The stuff to make, to make sure I'm getting the correct allocation of resources, or to run 2 servers on 1 machine, or I don't have the ability to make it update all the stuff whenever I want, because I don't have top level access. I have probably, if I had to guess, third level access, most likely. And so, it means, I don't get to do whatever I want necessarily with my server, just because they do it for the safety of a lot of people, because a lot of people don't know what they're doing and they can really mess up stuff if they do it that way. But I'm hoping that, this next update will kind of free up some of it. Hopefully, at least Bisect gives you that. Yeah, that's one of the nice things about Bisect. They're a little pricey compared to Shockbite, but honestly, it can't be that much worse, truthfully speaking. Also, that looks great. I'm liking that. I need to probably do some more roughing up on it, just because, like, that's a pretty smooth piece there that I want to kind of try to rough up a little bit more. Same deal right over here. There's just, like, a huge face there. But, it's looking good. It's looking good. I am gonna be right back. The duck has another 4.5 hours to go. It's gonna be sick, guys. It's gonna be so sick. But I'm gonna be right back. I need to get some water, and I might try to grab like a brownie or something. I did not mean to stop recording. I meant to pause it. Oh well. In the meantime, let me go ahead and hide in this house right here. And I will catch you guys here in a minute. Alright, go take your bathroom break. I mean, I'll take that too, I guess. I mean, I didn't think I had to go, but maybe I do. Maybe you know more about me than I thought you did. Somebody texted me, hang on. Why am I saying hang on? I'll be right back. Hello everybody, I'm back. I have some water, I have a brownie, and still no ducky. But it's coming along. It's almost there. Like, it says it's gonna take 4.5 hours. I'm thinking it's more like 2. 2 at most. Which means, once we finish this volcano, I don't think we'll finish the volcano in 2 hours in total, but once we finish like that section and maybe even over here, it might be done. And then I can tackle all the world's problems with the ducky by my side, It's gonna be sick. King, I'm dying, give me your internet. Oh jeez. That's not good. 4,500 ping. Oh. Oh, bless your heart. That's rough, buddy. That's ooh. Hey, I mean it's slowly working its way back down. Slowly. Let's see. Trying to think of some things we could talk about. You know what? I have a couple of things. I kind of forgot I did this. Today I had another doctor's appointment. I don't know why I forgot that, but I did. And this time I went back for another ultrasound. And I guess it's probably not common for like one patient to come in for multiple ultrasounds, especially considering the fact that, when you're a dude, the only time you ever have an ultrasound is when something is wrong with your body, usually. Not, I mean, if I were like a woman, then it wouldn't be unheard of because, like, pregnancies and stuff. But, like, for me, it's pretty odd. It's like the guy was really nice and he remembered me, I guess, because he seemed to have a lot of details about me that he remembered. And I don't think that was all just written down on the file. Like, it was scary how much he remembered. You're pregnant? Dang it. Yeah, no, not quite. Not quite. But yeah, this guy, he remembers me from the last time where I had gotten my echocardiogram, which is just an ultrasound on your heart. This time we were doing my thyroid, which is like right in here, base of your neck, a little bit up to mid neck maybe. And he can't really tell me anything because he doesn't like really know if any of it's like good or bad necessarily. Like I'm pretty sure he knows what to look for, but he was like, "Yeah, you'll get your results like by the end of the day." I was like, "Oh, okay." It's like, but just plan to go in on your next visit. It should be fine. You can wait that long. I'm like, okay. But yeah, I got that done today. I forgot about that. It not me just forgetting that I went to a doctor's appointment today. That's why I was up so early. I was up at like 10:30. I know that's so early, right? It's early for me anyway. I'm usually up late and wake up a little late as well. I've been pretty bad about that lately. I need to get back into a solid sleep schedule where I'm waking up at a decent hour, eating all 3 meals, and you know, also probably doing like a decent time to go to sleep at night. I'm trying to take it back down to like let's see, I was wanting to go to bed at like, what is it, 9? Or no, sorry, not 9. I want to wake up at like 9 at the latest. That's like my ideal hour right there. That sounds perfect to me. Don't know why, it just does. And I think the best way to do that, I guess I would have to go to bed at, let's see, 12 will put you at 9.5 hours. So 1:30 would put you at 8 hours. So I guess 2:30 is when I want to start going to bed by. That's not awful. Like, I could do that, because I'm only intending to try to get 7 hours of sleep if I can scathe by with it. I hate sleeping. I really do. So, the minimal amount of sleep I can get, I'll take, man. What did they say about your pumping wad of muscle? So, the pumping wad of muscle, they said that one, I mean, they didn't see anything with it in the echo. I'm going in for an appointment in 2 weeks, for my, results on the, oh, what is it called? The, heart monitor that I was wearing. I go in a couple of weeks to go see the cardiologist and see if they found anything. If they did, then I gotta listen to whatever he says. And that could be a lot of different things, truthfully. I mean, we're talking as small as, here, take this medicine, to something as big as, hey, I'm going to cut open your body and stick this thing inside of your heart. So it's kind of like, you know, it's whatever. You just got to deal with it, but like also at the same time, you know, whatever happens. I'm at that point with it anyway. I'm at peace with whatever decision gets made. You know, obviously I'd prefer one option over the other. And I don't think I even have to tell you guys which option I'd prefer, but I'll tell you anyway. I'd prefer the option where we just patiently ignore it and hope it goes away. But, you know, obviously, probably not going to be given that option. So I guess my second choice would really just be the medication. Not that I am, like, not that I'm attached to medication. I don't want, I hate the idea of taking a lot of medicine over the course of my life. I want as minimal amount of medicines to make me feel good, you know? But, you know, if the only, you know, solution to that is the surgery, I'm sure my insurance would prefer that we don't do the surgery. Even though in the long run, it would probably cost them less. And I mean, I haven't seriously weighed the thought of that on my mind yet. Like, you know, like, oh yeah, I probably will or might need to do this, but like, at the same time, I'm pretty easygoing about it. I'll probably be panicky the day of, but truthfully, until like they actually put like that little sleep, the sleepy, the anesthetics, until they actually do any of the anesthetics, like, yeah, I'm gonna be nervous that entire day, but once I'm under and afterwards, I'm fine. Like, easy stuff. However, I don't like the idea of being under the anesthetics necessarily, because I don't know what I'm gonna say after coming off of it. Because I've seen too many videos where people say a lot of dumb things. They could also say, hey, you need a full night's of rest. Yeah, that's entirely true. last couple of doctor's appointments I've been to, I think they've been able to tell just how tired and out of it I am. Oh well. Oh well. Let's see, I'm gonna try to make this section stand out a little bit better, because it's kind of not poking out right. How's that? That's better. I need to start recording. There we go. The sleepy go night night, yes, that stuff. The scientific term. Yeah, that stuff is, you know, once you get that, you're gonna be fine. It'll be over before you even know it, at least from what I've heard. So I'm pretty well just chill with whatever. It'll be what it'll be. Oh, we need more stone. Okay, we've used up an entire shulker. That's not bad. This is all just for a screenshot. Believe it or not, I've been basing all my thumbnails off of I've been basing all of my all my stream ideas off of thumbnails, basically. I'm like, so if I were to do a live stream where I was building mountains the entire time, what would that thumbnail look like? And then I look at my other VODs and I'm like, ah, yeah, it'd look like all the other thumbnails. So let's not do a stream based around that. Let's do the volcano instead. You know, I'm very innovative like that. Look at me go. You know what they say, it is what it is. That is true. It is a very true statement. Okay, the nice thing, I guess, that I would get out of that, whole situation if I did have to do surgery is, one, I get a really clickbait, like, video of, like, this might be my last video, and then also, I can also do a pretty cool thumbnail and vlog series of, like, oh yeah, I just had open heart surgery, or whatever. It probably won't be open heart. They usually don't do that, at least for what I've got. If I've got that. I've told myself I do, just so that I'm prepared. If I do have it, you know, like, I'm not gonna be shocked or blindsided by it. But, you know, it'll be fine. So innovative, clap, clap. Can I, please? Thank you. We're a little bit better. Do that. Okay. Yeah. And then just like that. And perfect. Perfect. How's that look from far? We're just gonna land over here. I was gonna turn around, but let's see. Oh yeah, that's not bad. It's a little bit wonky right there. I'm gonna have to smooth that out. But you know, it's okay. It works, sort of. The duck is down to 3.5 hours, guys. The hype is immeasurable. I don't know. I don't know if we're gonna be able to handle it. So loud. Oh boy. So we've got just this last section here. Which I'm going to actually grab. Stop recording. Duck, too much hype. The hype is insane. Like, I don't know if I've ever met a more hyped chat over the ducks. You guys know how there's like that animals and nature category on Twitch? I should start up a 24-hour live feed of my ducks, my duck collection. Oh jeez. What could go wrong with that? I wouldn't get banned, I don't think. It'd be really funny though. There's so many different ducks you can have. Like, you got the quacken. You've got ducks with legs, ducks with no legs. You've got ducks that look like Dwayne The Rock Johnson. And I was really tempted to print that one this time, but I don't have much knowledge on printing The Rock yet. Working on it. Might do the Rocktopus at some point, which is gonna be legendary, dudes. Why do I have... I should take all of this up to the mountains, because that's where I keep it anyway. It's not a bad idea, actually, 24-hour printer stream. It would be kind of fun to watch. I love getting lost and just, like, watching my printer the entire... Like, I've wasted literal hours just staring at it. Watching it go back and forth, making its little funny sounds that it does every once in a while. I might have to think about more of that, especially when I've talked about this a little bit before. When I do get my own place, like, you know, there's gonna be some pretty cool things we could do. You know, I had thought about maybe getting fish at some point. We could do a 24-hour fish and print stream, you know? We'll have 2 streams running at one time. See, the one with the fish, I like the idea of, because you could also do things with, like, the chat can actually feed them, like, treats, even. Or maybe even, like, just blow an air bubble by, like, using a air compressor into their tank or something like that. Just small little interactions like that with channel points. It would be kind of funny. I don't know. Just fish on one side and printer on the other side. You see, you're understanding the vision here. Gosh. Let me see. I need, where did I keep my... Did I... I need a full thought here. Hang on. Netherrack. Where did I keep my netherrack? I took it somewhere. I just don't remember where. But I need, like, a little bit. We also need Subway Surfer for the Gen X and Minecraft Parkour. Oh, gosh. Yes, you know, we can make that happen. I'll train an AI to start playing this so we can just have it full on 24/7. Have AI also scour the Reddit forums for whatever subreddits are popular at the times. They change so often. Where's my netherrack? I might have taken it over here, now that I think about it. One second. Are you okay? Are you okay, little buddy? Yeah. The printer, like, made a very sudden, like, crushing sound. And I was really worried that it killed my duck. I was gonna be pretty sad and a little bit angry. But it's fine. We're good. We're okay. I don't know what sound it was, but it looks fine to me. I just turned down the temperature on it a little bit because it's stringing a lot. So it needs a little less heat so it dries faster instead of pulling the little webs with it. I call them web. I don't know what it technically is called. Some people call it pasta. I'm more sophisticated than that personally. So I need to find out how I'm gonna get from here to there. Or I guess it needs to be more so from here to there. That's gonna be tough. Yeah, it's gonna have to be tall like this. Yeah, I mean, we're already failing. I mean, if we just look at the height values even, you're looking at going from 125 to like 153, was that? $155? So yeah, we're going up 30 blocks over the course of a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 block interval. So each one should be able to go up 3. However, that's not the case here. It works there, but over there it's a little bit different, and even up there it's different because it's not a completely perfect one-to-one scale. So I've messed it up a little bit. Sir King Reginald Noggington, how do you do? I do well. How do you do, Nuggy? Good to see you. I've been a very productive person today. I feel like that sounded sarcastic. I've been a really productive person today, actually, though. I've been taking college-level computer science courses. Or I say courses, that's just one course. And, and then I took a trip to the doctor, and this guy touched my neck. I don't like it usually when people touch my neck. I didn't like it then either, but it was more acceptable this time. And then, let's see, what else? I've also been using my 3D printer. I'm printing myself a rubber duck. Because, well, I mean, it's useful for my college class or course. So, a rubber duck, yes, a rubber duck. I found so many rubber ducks, dude. Like, I want to print them all. gonna be up all night printing rubber ducks. There's gonna be the Quacken. You know what? Here, let me open up some of these so you guys can actually see them. You guys need to understand, okay? This is important. This is going to be very, very bright, so shield your eyes. 3, 2, 1. So we've got the Quacken here, dude. Look at this sucker. He is amazing. But it doesn't stop at the Quacken. We've got the duck with legs. Look at him. Tell me you don't want one of these. So I'm gonna also make one of them. Then we've got Dolk, which is the Incredible Hulk, but as a duck. You know, pretty cool, pretty sick. I don't know how in the world it's gonna work, but we're gonna try it. Then we've got the New York City duck. I figured he'd go well with my my towers. I've got a couple of Lego towers, and you know, I think he'd sit nicely next to them. And then of course you got the baby duck. And I might even do the rubber ducky rock, which is gonna be really cool. Join the Rock Johnson. I'm gonna have so many rubber ducks. There we go. Let's see. College course slang. I know. I'm being responsible. It's not gonna get me any like actual credits or degrees. I could get certification at the end of it, but I don't think it'll be worth much to me. Cause it's gonna be like. Here, let me double check how much the certification costs. If I wanted to buy the certificate, it's $200. So, you know, for an introduction to computer science, that's not gonna get me anything in specific other than saying like, hey, I did a thing. So like, you know, I'm committed to learning more about this. But you know, I'm taking the free course anyway, and it gives me the same stuff. I just don't get a nice little piece of paper, or it's not even paper. It's literally just a special link that says you did it. I don't get that, but that's okay. I don't need it. I cried for an hour this morning because I love my boyfriend. I think my hormones are acting up. Oh no. Well, you know, at least it was a good reason to cry. A rubber duck, do it. Who's stopping you? Make a rubber duck army. He looks so sophisticated. I'm so excited about it, dude. The ducks are gonna be immaculate. I mean, they're gonna be big too. I didn't really realize just how big this one is. He's got another 3 hours to go on him. And he's gonna be... Well, he's not gonna be yellow, because I don't have yellow. But maybe I'll paint him one day. Who knows? But he's gonna be awesome. He's gonna be my duck. Oh boy, the webs will love these. Yikes, he made fun of me for crying. Sounds about right. Sounds about right. Giant duck army. Kids? Nah, rubber ducks. Yes, I keep the rubber ducks in the basement. We've also been working on the volcano today, which has been fun. Oh, can I thank you? More illegal than kids, I guess. Yeah, I guess you're right. That does sound accurate to me anyway. I've also, I guess technically I made a game today. That was another thing. It was very simple, and you know, it's not the most fleshed out concept, but I did make one. Very basic language, and you know, I'm happy-ish with it. It could be better. it could be better, but, you know, it could be worse. So, like, you know, there's tons of ways to look at this. Let me tear all that out so I can actually build. There we go. Gotta start somewhere, absolutely. And then yeah, I'm hoping after I get done with, like, getting down the basics of games, I want to start tackling art again. I've been really productive recently. Ever since yesterday when I couldn't stream, I was like, wow, I just realized all the things I could be doing and just haven't been. So I started, I cleaned my room. I put away all my laundry. I dusted off my room. I shaved. I started the college course. And then what else did I do? Oh, I caught up on all the VODs. So I'm, you know, I'm not caught up on, like, all the old VODs. I still, like, 300 more thumbnails to go, but I caught up on all the recent ones. So, like, I'm gonna upload this as soon as we're done, so I don't have to get another backlog going. I took a shower. I did. I think I even played my guitar a little bit. Brushed my teeth. You know, I brushed my teeth. I combed my hair. I'm gonna get a haircut at some point. I might actually ask my mom in the next couple of days if she could cut my hair. My mom cuts my hair the best. I don't care that she thinks the other hairstylists do it better. I like it when she does my hair. After a while, you find somebody that cuts your hair the way you like it. You just hang on to them for as long as you can, man. What else did I do? I did something else. I went to the doctor today. And I've been using my 3D printer, which I haven't used this thing in about a month. Last time I used it, I didn't even finish my project. I made this. It was gonna become like the Iron Man arc reactor. It was gonna go over top of my my heart monitor. It was just gonna be for fun. I never finished it, and now I don't have the heart monitor, so it just kind of is gonna sit there and be pointless for now. But I'll eventually gain motivation to finish that. But now all that's important to me is ducks. That's what we're gonna print, is ducks. And I feel like this is the new me. We're gonna have all the ducks. I'm probably even gonna print a duck at some point when I learn more about 3D modeling. I might make a duck that's, you know, made of me or something. I don't know. We'll see. Not made of me. That sounds strange. Maybe I'll print a duck that's made up of me's. Like, little, like, 3D models of me intertwined to make one big duck. Like, that would be sick. That sounds a little bit better. A little bit better than what we said before, anyway. I gotta work on my phrasing, don't I? Ducks made of me. You threw away your lemonade bottles. I gotta start somewhere. Ooh, King, you're actually slaying. I don't trust hair salons. I cut my own hair. You know, that's fair. I would cut my own hair if I trusted myself, but I really don't. So I'm gonna just keep letting my mom do it if she'll keep doing it. You're actually slaying at life right now. I feel like I am. And I've actually taken care of some server work too. Like, that's been nice as well. Maybe a bit. I'm gonna grow my hair out for another year, I swear. I don't like having my hair long, personally, so I've been doing my best to try to keep it cut at least every couple of months. It usually ends up being like every 3 months or so that I end up getting it cut. but I'd like to cut it a little more often, probably. However, when you rely on your mother for such things, it gets done when it gets done. Oh, I also filed, or I guess I haven't filed my taxes yet, but I sent in my taxes to be filed. I sent them to my mom. She does my taxes for me. She's awesome like that, guys. Like, truly, I appreciate that. But yeah, that's all been taken care of for me. I found out I have more money than I thought I did. And I might be investing some of that to a mutual money fund, which is pretty cool, all things considered. It's a way that you pool all your money together with other people, so that you guys can invest it in a lot more, and so you all grow together with that. It's a lot safer than just playing the stock market, and it means mega gains. So I'm thinking about investing in that even. You know, I've been doing things lately, and I don't know what's gotten into me, dudes, but I've gotten into things. And I've been also kind of looking at even pursuing an actual college education, which is weird. I don't want to, but I might. I might just do it just for the lulz at this point, you know? It's tempting. It's really tempting. I'm trying so hard not to cut it. Good luck. Good luck. I believe in you. Let's see. Oh god, taxes, ew, adulting, you old man. King, I'm gonna be like 18 or I'm gonna be 18 in 2 months. Oh gosh. Nuggy, I am so sorry. I wish the world would be better for you to start adulting into, but you're in for a fun ride for these next couple of months. So, you know, good luck, have fun, and just wear your seatbelt. Oh, yeah, life doesn't give you seatbelts. Forgot about that one. Yay! I'm sorry. King, you haven't started meth, right? Wait, have I? No. No, I haven't. But, if I did, I mean, would it have given me, like, some extreme motivation to actually do things? I don't know. Possibly. And if so, then maybe I should start meth, because I'd hate to see what I'd become with it. Or, I don't know. Hang on. Words. Hard. I'd hate... I know. You know, I'm gonna ditch that thought, because I can't seem to get it out of my mouth. Oh well. It's fine. I should start meth. That's what I was trying to say. I think. And I don't know why, but I was gonna say it, so maybe it's true. Maybe I should. Really been grinding for that building, huh? You know, I really, really, really want that building, yes. I really do. It'd be really awesome to actually have a place where I could actually be up late at night and actually, you know, do stuff late at night. That, and also, like, I could actually do a lot more with live streaming. I want to get, like, cameras and some other really cool stuff for the next couple of years. Of, like, making content and stuff, because, like, I've got some cool plans coming up. That's as much as I can say about that one, actually, I think, at the moment. But, you know, I've got a lot of cool things coming up that having some of this equipment and having an actual building for, would be really, really sick. I'm not starting a content house. Before anybody asks, no, I'm not gonna start a content house. Oh gosh, I would hate it. I'd hate it so much. I like my peace and quiet when I want it. Okay, let me catch up here. I met you when I was 16. Oh gosh. It's been that long, huh? Time's finally caught back up. Oh no. Okay, messed up some of this. Oh well. Do that. How's this look? That is the first one that reaches all the way to the top at least. Probably honestly you're doing great. Remember to exercise it. Oh yeah. I got you. You gotta make sure to cast out all the things. All the things in those places, man. My new meds make me less depressed, but in fact do not make me less crazy. Oh no. Well, I mean, at least it does one thing. That's good. I mean, it would be nice if it did 2 birds, 1 stone sort of deal. So I don't know how to fix that because like the antipsychotics make me react less intensely to things. And so I don't want to jump off a bridge, and antidepressants make me happier with more energy. I can't have both because they cancel each other out. I see. I mean, is being crazy that bad? Like, that might be a stupid, a stupid question, but is it? I mean, it's probably bad. I mean, from what I know of my current experiences, hearing things, seeing things, feeling things, all that stuff, not great. I don't know if that's your extent of craziness or not, but crazy. Oh gosh. Sorry for the paragraph. Yes, the intense suicidal mood swings would be better if they like weren't there. Yeah, I mean, it definitely would be nice if like ideally both things could exist. No crazy and just like intense happiness. Well, not intense happiness. Intense happiness sounds scary, but like generally more happy, more energy, all that stuff. But I'm sad all day. Ugh. Yeah, I definitely see what you mean. It's one of those deals. It sucks. Wait, that really sucks. You actually have to choose. Yeah, I don't like that. Being mentally ill sucks. Yeah, no kidding, dude. Is there like any other options out there either, or is this like the 2 basically at the moment anyway? Intense happiness can kill you. True. If I get too excited, my heart has issues. It's not the same. It's not necessarily the same thing, but I think if I got too excited, it would probably kill me. I'm pretty certain of that. I mean, I've gotten my heart up to 200 just from playing a horror game. And that wasn't even excitement, that was just a little bit of fear, but when I got excited, I could get it up to 180, and then I realized I was giving myself a heart issue. So, I mean, being happy can definitely cause you issues, and then you have to calm down, and calming down isn't fun, dudes. Like, let me tell you. Have fun. Just have fun. It's called hyper something and it's terminal. Yeah. Yeah, that sounds about right. Do I have any rockets? I don't. Let me, where's my... Where's my, Oh no. Hang on. Is it at home? Where's my ender chests? Aha. Okay, I'll leave this all here. I'll come back for it, eventually. But for now, it can just stay. The two only, oof. I don't know what I would choose. So, antipsychotics, less intense mood swings, still sad. Antidepressants, happy, really intense, bad mood swings. Yeah. That's, It would be nice if you could, like, alternate. But I imagine it doesn't really work that way, and you actually have to be off of the meds for a certain amount of time before you can get on the new one. Probably, if I had to guess. It's like, if you could just have one every other day, like, you know, you take this one, and then the next day you take this one. That would be cool. But doctors suck like that, and probably can't do that. Well, it's not doctors. It's not their fault. It's probably due to governmental regulations that they can't just prescribe, like, all of it. And just trust you to do one of each on certain days, but... I don't know. Insurance might not even cover either. Well, Canadian, so... State might not... Or, not state. Country might not cover that, I don't know. No, it's just I don't have appointments very often. I can ask him if I can take both, but usually antipsychotics cancel out antidepressants. Yeah, that would be my guess. Yeah, he'd probably tell you no, but, you know, I mean, maybe it who knows, could be like something... Oh, this isn't the right one. Who knows, maybe they'll pull out some sort of surprise, I don't know. One can hope. One definitely can hope. Let me go up top. That's a big chunk, but I want to do it. So I'm gonna do it. Still says 2.5 hours on this duck. I'm starting to get worried. It's taking an extraordinarily long time to, like, get past the 2.5 hour mark. And all that's left is, like, its little head. And I guess its tail. Oh, well. I see him a few days before my birthday, so if the Zoloft doesn't work well enough, I can switch back. That's a good idea. I mean, you'll have some options, and at least, you know, you have a couple of months to decide, you know. Which I might honestly do. I feel like having less intense mood swings is a lot safer for me. True, it probably is. You know, usually, as long as your mood swings aren't intense, you're gonna... This is gonna sound wrong the way I'm gonna say it, but I think you guys are gonna understand what I mean. You're gonna have more sound of mind choices, usually. Not trying to call you crazy, just going on the record there. But, you know, that's just... You know, usually, I mean, even myself included, will make rash decisions when hit with intense emotion. So, you know, I can definitely see having less intense mood swings definitely kind of giving you a better edge. Okay, how do I want to do this? We'll see. If flipping out on children for the week I wasn't on meds wasn't great. Yeah, I can't imagine it was. But, you know, at least they deserved it. I mean, just don't be a kid, like, get wrecked. So true, honestly, though. Oh gosh. Yeah, I've been I've been thinking about treatment options for myself as well. Not in that area, but with my heart, we don't have all the information yet. But whenever I go to see my cardiologist, I'm hoping that they'll have results for me to go over. And you know, I'm trying to already weigh the options on my mind of what it might be. You know? So if depending on how serious it is, I gotta be ready to kind of have a choice there. From my understanding, medication probably will be able to fix it, but we'll see. King, are you dying? I don't believe so. I mean, I might be, but my doctor hasn't called me and said, hey, like, look, there's an emergency. We need you to come see this. So I'm assuming I'm okay. I'm just catching up on a lot of things I missed. See, I hate being depressed. It says it's supposed to fix mood after a month, so, well, that's good. I mean, you know, at least have some time to test drive it a little bit with the mood being fixed. So, a wonderful stream, King. Thank you for alert, CC. I appreciate it. Hope you're having a good night. Let's see. This is starting to look a little repetitive. I gotta be careful. There we go. King, I think you have stage 4 ovarian cancer. Bro, wait, what? Not... Not my ovaries. Anything but those. Oh gosh. I've also been really weird about food, like not eating food or it not tasting right to you. You know, I'm a little more not eating and like eating way too much. I see. So like high appetite like changes and stuff. I've been having that issue a little bit recently, and I think mine is because of my vitamin D medication. Or it's just my vitamin D in general, I think. It's been pretty crazy. So the nights that, like, the 3 nights following my medication, I'm really, really hungry. And then the rest of the week, I'm just, like, you know, barely able to even eat a cheeseburger sort of deal. But on those nights that I'm cleaning out the fridge and stuff, like, it's crazy, dude. I definitely, I definitely can understand you there. I'm assuming it's the meds and recent trauma. I see. I gained like 10 pounds and then lost 10 pounds. Oh boy. Yeah, that sounds pretty familiar to me. That sounds definitely pretty familiar to me anyway. What I'm being checked for right now in regards to my appetite and stuff as well is my thyroid. I actually got screened, or not screened, but I got a ultrasound done today about that. Next time I go into my doctor's, so I'm supposed to go in to my primary care on Friday, and they'll kind of tell me what's going on there. The radiologist read it today, but you know, I don't know what any of that means, and I mean, I didn't even get to see it yet, but they just told me, like, you know, we'll have it to you by the end of the day if you want. I'm like, we'll go to the doctor when we go. It's fine. An ultrasound, you didn't tell us you're pregnant. Congrats. Why is this always the... Why is that always the response, man? Yes, of course, I am pregnant. I didn't tell you guys, but, you know, I figured it was about time you guys heard. How many months? You know, I don't really know myself, but, I think we're somewhere around month 4, maybe 5. I'm pretty far along, you know, Gosh. Can I eat the fetus? Why? Part of me really hopes you, like, actually walk around and ask, like, expecting mothers, if you can eat their fetus, and then the other part of me really hopes you don't. But it would be really funny. It would be, like, hilarious. I can't get out of my head. Oh no. You do it in, like, the Venom voice. I don't think I can do it anymore. I used to have, like, a pretty solid Venom voice, but I don't think I can get that, like, throaty sound anymore. I plead the fifth. Oh, yeah, Nuggy. I think, you know, natural is the best way to feed the baby, honestly. For real. For real. How many months? Oh, yeah, just ripe enough. Fresh for the pickings. Has to be at least 5 months. How late is too late for you? That's the question, really. Like, when are they technically expired? That's when they get less chewy and more crunchy. Oh my... Yeah, I mean... That holds up. That does hold up. They're less like a gummy and more like a Dorito. $2 old. Okay, fair. I'm going to a bad place when I die. You know, I'm probably right there along with you. I've been laughing at it, so it's fine. Welcome to the club. Sometimes I wish you guys could have known younger me. I wasn't afraid to say some things, dude. Some of those things I said were very demented, and, you know, I kind of miss that me sometimes. Younger me was unhinged too. You know, that's just the best way to enjoy life, honestly. My friends were always so concerned about the things I was saying. Uh, that takes me so far back. Jeez. Although honestly, I'm so glad there's no clips of me from before I was 16. Oh, dude. If you guys had met, like, me from the 12th grade up until... Or not 12th grade, sorry. Me when I was 12, so around 6th grade, all the way up until probably the time I turned 16, maybe 17. You guys would have had some, like, pretty sick and twisted stuff to hear. It was kind of awesome. I still say such things, but this darn filter. I have some on my Snapchat, but no one has seen those clips. Oh boy. They're the secret collection. Let me go find some things. Alright, but you do that. I'm worried what people will dig up one day from, like, what I've said, even just on stream. Because I have been thinking about this a lot recently. Like, you know, one day I'm going to, like, probably realistically one day something of mine is probably going to blow up. However, the question is what is going to blow up, and what demented things did I say and said thing that blows up along with it. And when you start to think about this, you realize that there's too many options to choose from on what sick and twisted things I've said. Truthfully speaking, you pick any one of my live streams and I'm pretty sure I said some stuff that is definitely cancelable. Just came back from eating and I made an entire Twitter account for the daily aquatic animals. Hey, let's go. What did you have to eat, Vince? I've always been in private school and the stuff they said was insane, so I can't imagine public schools. I um I I was homeschooled. See. So I got away with a lot more than what somebody would at any other school. In fact, a lot of it came from my mom. My mom and me watching a lot of YouTube. My my life has been shaped heavily by those two, those two, just those two entirely. And you know, I don't have any regrets. I have absolutely zero. I just love ocean jellies and creatures, empanadas and fries. My heart was dying, but it was worth it. That sounds wonderful, Vince. Both the ocean jellies and the heart dying. Your body will love you. Don't worry. Homeschooling explains everything. Yeah. Yeah. I definitely still give off a little bit of homeschooler energy. That's for sure. On a 24-hour stream, as you were getting more tired, you started spouting the most out-of-pocket crap. You know, I don't really even remember what I was saying. I remember something about killing the dog, and I don't remember what I said before it. And so I remember in that moment, I was just like, well, don't kill the dog. Unless... And then I had to start saying stuff to fix what I was saying because I didn't remember what I said before, if I said anything. And so just out of the blue, I say something, like, really strange, and I'm not sure why, so I have to figure out and just reverse engineer and say something I meant to say. Like, that was so bad. I remember that now that you mention it, Nightfall. I don't want to go back, but also part of me does want to go back, and I'm kind of tempted. Go back, watch that last like 4 hours or so, and just see what I said. I mean, it got pretty bad. I remember the only thing keeping me awake near the end was just me playing my guitar, and even then I was kind of hunched over on it, slowly closing my eyes, playing between blinks while I was falling asleep. It was bad. It was awful. It was awful. Now I'm just thinking about it even more. It was bad. Peter would agree with you on that one. No, but seriously, they kill way too many dogs, all saying they protect them. Yeah, it's horrible. And they choose to ignore it, too. Not only that, but in Starfield, you were talking about shooting up a school. That's not funny. That's not funny, but it is kind of funny. Wait, no, you were shooting one up. I was. I had I did that? Did I do that on stream? I'm trying to remember. I kind of recall. I definitely mentioned it. But you were talking about doing it IRL. Wait, what? Was I? I did? Oh. I don't remember that. That's not good. Huh. Oh boy. Well, I just want to go ahead and say this right now. I don't remember that. I don't believe in what I said. I was tired and sleep deprived. Hello, Crazy Lamb. How are you doing? Welcome on in. Now the FBI will really want you. You know, now I'm understanding why they may have rejected that application in the first place. Oops. They know my power when I'm, They know my power when I'm tired. They won't, they can't hire me. What did I walk in on? We're reminiscing about my 24-hour stream. I had done it in November, and I had apparently been saying some pretty pretty wacky things. A lot of things I don't even remember. Oh gosh, I'm worried about what I said. Rewatch the clips. It was funny at the time from the context. Oh boy. Let me see if I have any clips from that day. Clips. All. Okay. So, let's see. 3 months ago would have been January, so this one would have been November 3rd and 4th? Yeah. Okay. So, we've got the bet. And then there was us playing Getting Over It. That got clipped by Unreal. I don't know. Did I say something during that? Quite possibly. I think there were still 8 hours left around that point, because that was near the morning hours. Let's see. I'm gonna hide my face here so you guys can just enjoy whatever I was saying. I can't hear it. Give me a second. What did I do wrong? Let's try this. I don't remember Getting Over It. Wow, King, how'd you change your clothes and haircut so fast? I don't know, man. I don't know. It's just blink and you miss it, you know? I'm not gonna get stuck, because, you know... Alias is Alias. Oh, this is just me insulting Alias for being short. Okay, I remember that. I don't have any clips of me saying anything there. The only other one I've got right now is the bet with Unreal. Which, I mean, we should probably review this right now. It's fitting. We're on King SMP. This is done at the very beginning of the stream there. I would bet 20 subs you will not finish this by the end of the year. By the end of next year? Like, next year as in 2024. And, like, are we encompassing just this? Like, just this area? Or 20 subs, I could do it. He wants the whole thing. So, I guess let me just quickly show you guys in the game. It's quicker if I do that. The clip is long. It's very long. So if I stop recording really quick, right? Since I'm the admin here. So Unreal's bet is he'll gift me 20 subs if I do all of the mountain range. So all of this included, all of this, including the cliffs, and it just keeps going and going. It's got to be all filled in, going and going and going and going some more, including all of this still. And we're already, you know, decently through the year. I mean, we're a quarter of the way through the year. We've got a lot of work to do. Okay, so maybe we need to buckle down and do some more on this. We'll see. Alias and her height is just free jokes, to be honest. You know, you're right. You're right. Oh, this is looking nice. Okay, let me land back down. Just wanted to show you guys all that. That's all stuff I have to do before the end of next year. Otherwise, you guys are getting 20 gifted subs. Which is gonna be fun. You sent me some stuff, Nuggy. Oh boy. Let me quickly disable desktop audio. Oh boy, Nuggy, these are gems. Oh my gosh. Nuggy, you gotta appreciate your younger self, okay? You gotta appreciate it. It's honestly art. And, you know, it might be a little bit cringy, but I've seen worse. At least you weren't like a skibbity toilet kinda person, you know? I don't recognize those guys as people, honestly. They're disturbing. There's so many more I'm not willing to send. You know, fair enough. I get it. I get it. I one day I want to one day I want to show you guys some of my old stuff, but I have to wait until I have a lot less to risk. And by that I mean I currently live with family. And if you guys were to find my personal information due to some of these videos, just because they end up being leaked on other places and names get attached to that stuff, you know, if that ever happened, you know, I don't want my family to get tied up in knowing where you know, where I live. So I'm gonna attempt to reduce my doxing down as much as I can until I absolutely am able to. But I'd love to show you guys some of the old videos that I was in as a kid, or even just as a teenager. I've got one where I was in Las Vegas. Las Vegas? Oh my gosh, I'm mixing it up now. Las Vegas, but we called it Las Bagels the entire time. And it was myself and another homeschooled kid that did it. It was a lot of fun. I would show you guys that kind of stuff. However, I would have to get permission from them too. I don't know. She'd probably be okay with it. Most likely. She's pretty cool. All things considered. Honestly, guys, I do recommend the Las Vegas airport. There's lots of gambling there, you know? That was one of the first times I'd been within, like, probably, like, honestly, within probably 50 feet of a slot machine, and I don't regret it. I tell my boyfriend I'm gonna leave him every time he says skippity. You know, good. Good. You gotta break the habit. You gotta tell him. You gotta show him how it is. If he doesn't understand, he will one day. Oh boy, I don't know. I'm gonna have to smooth this out so much. If I do like that, sure. Volcano, Volcano, let's go. How's it going, Bionics? Good to see you. I've been busy today, man. I've been so busy today, but you know, I think you'd actually be pretty hyped about some of it. And now I'm thinking about it. I have done a couple of things. One, I've started 3D printing again. I'm printing a duck. Now you might be asking, why am I 3D printing a rubber ducky? Here's your dab. There's an ad, I'll wait, because I'm assuming you probably ended up getting sucked into it. But if you didn't, I'll continue telling you anyway. The ads just love to show up right at the worst time, don't they? You might have not, I don't know. Woo, 3D printing ducks. Yeah, let's go. I tend to say I don't get an ad, and 20 seconds later I get an ad. You know, yeah, that sounds about right. It's always those who think they were unscathed that get one. Twitch be twitching. I look to be in the clear. All right, I'm gonna start saying stuff again. It's gonna start shooting ads. I know it. It's gonna happen. Oh boy, here we go. Anyway, so you might be asking, why am I 3D printing a rubber duck? Because, like, let's be honest, it's a little bit strange. So the reason I'm doing that is because I need a little buddy to help me. To rubber duck my problems. And for any of you who are familiar with code, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. I have begun starting to take a little bit of a course, college level course for a computer science, introduction to computer science. And I don't have a rubber duck yet. And I need it to talk to and explain in the most simplest of ways how my program is supposed to work. And, you know, it seems to be, like, it's just exciting to me to have a rubber duck for some reason. I don't know. I just really wanted one. Honestly, like now I'm just happy to have one, and I've got a whole collection I'm lining up. I'm gonna be printing so many. I'm scared of how many rubber ducks I'm gonna end up with. Also, the volcano is looking kind of nice. I gotta clean up some of these lines, but it's coming along. Let's see. Only thing I can think of that I can say as a kid are very, how do you say, snowflake inducing. King I found in Sitmore, oh boy. Oh boy. Sick Volcano, thank you, Flames. They're from 5 years ago? Oh boy. Oh boy. Let me mute desktop audio here. Dude, you would have been perfect for TikTok. You would have been perfect for TikTok nowadays, man. You're just born in the wrong time period. It sounded like a spaceship for real. Jeez. Let me unmute that. Okay, I think Sam is dying. Oh no. Oh no. See, what else did I do? I went to the doctor. I cleaned my room. I shaved. I've been doing things, guys. I've been doing things. I'm gonna be doing so many more things. I'm gonna try to finish this course before the end of summer, and hopefully by October I'd like to put out a game that you guys could actually play. We'll see if that happens or not, because that's pretty ambitious. I mean, we're looking at a 5-month turnaround. It's not exactly realistic, but we're gonna see. We'll see if I can make it happen. Maybe at the very least I can put out like an alpha or something, and that could be pretty cool. And then I've caught up on my VOD channel. I've just been having a lot more time, it feels like, in the past, really only the past 3 days. It's been nice. It's been really, really nice. And a lot of this just happened due to the fact that I didn't have internet yesterday. And so it was like, oh no, I guess I'm going to, like, do more work, and boom. Suddenly things just started clicking and making sense. It was nice. Think about making a mushroom farm. If you want, I can put some in your shop. Let's see. This video's making my brain rot. Fair enough. 1 week till 8 months with my boyfriend. Longest relationship I've ever had. Nice. Let's go. Just 1 more week. You're almost there. You're almost there. That's pretty good. That's pretty good, and that's a good sign that it's your longest one yet. It says that, you know, this means something more than the other ones. That's for sure. And you found somebody who's at least committed as well. If you can make it to the 1 year mark, generally speaking, your relationship will probably last at least 2 or 3. Now I have met a lot of exceptions in that case, but it's usually the case. If you can make it 1 year, then I wouldn't be surprised if you make it 2 to 3. Especially knowing the people. After what I pulled, I'm so surprised it's still going strong. Hey, you know, sometimes it's incidents and troubles that make things stronger, even. If you can make it through one thing, it's pretty hard to break it on the small things, so keep hanging in there. Yo, 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 king to the reg to the nog. You got any pumpkins uncarved? How many do you need? I have a couple. You know what? I'm also gonna tear this one out. A lot? Okay. Well, I can spare a few. I can give you these. I don't think I have anything else really, though. Like a double chest a lot? Oh. Oh boy. I only got carved from the stinking Halloween event. Oh. Oh boy. Let me see if I have any more laying around, but I think this is all. I have a lot from the Halloween event. Yeah. You know, the Halloween event had, like, some good intentions. It just might have not been the best executed one. We definitely could have done better. I had a lot of big ideas for that one, I will say. That I had a lot of big ideas, I just couldn't contribute to make it. I just couldn't make it myself. So it was really on my own fault there. Oh, you have a lot of uncarved? Ugh, jeez. I need a better resume because I need a job. I need more education so I can get a job. I don't want the education, but I have to get it. I'm at that point, basically, which, you know, given the fact that I'm starting to enjoy computer science already, I might just go get a degree in it. My state will pay for it, so I might as well, you know. I lie on legal documents all the time. Just lie. Oh boy. I should try to start selling my photography for real. Absolutely. You should see, I mean, they're probably notoriously bad about it. I don't know. I haven't looked into it too much, but looking into, like, those stock image websites and seeing if you can get on any of them and sell them some of your photographs. Sorry. It might be something that's not really feasible just because it's like, oh yeah, we're only going to pay you like 2 cents per picture. But, you know, maybe, you know, if it's something actually worthwhile, like $1 per picture or whatever, then, you know, you go out a couple of days a week and you go shoot some pictures of nature that you like and try to sell them off or whatever. I need art commissions. Ugh. I know what you mean. I had a friend who was always on the look for more art commissions. I always felt horrible because it's like I wish I could help out more with that. I don't know if I could ever get into actually doing art full time. Like I think it's admirable if somebody can do it, but I mean, I say this as a Twitch streamer. I like to know if money's coming in or not, but like, I guess, you know, that doesn't really necessarily apply to me because I never know really truly how much money is going to come in, if any. So now that I mention it, I'm a little bit of a hypocrite. Hypocrite. Jeez, words are hard. I'd post my art on TikTok, but it's a hit or miss. Ah, I see. And Twitter, I feel like, is just filled with bots. I don't know if you've had any success with it, really, about, I don't know if you had much success with getting orders there, but it just has a lot of bots in my experience. You mention anything about art, and then suddenly everybody's like, go to insert website name here to get your art. And it's like, I wasn't asking about that. Do that. Okay, we're just trying to clean up all this netherrack so it actually looks more put together, I guess. Can you draw fries? For fries, yes. If I tried, probably I'm willing 15 for fries. I've had one commission off of Twitter, one off of Discord, one from Fiverr. I see. Did the person on Fiverr leave you a review by chance? Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. Yes, 5 stars? Okay. It's interesting that you haven't gotten any more sales then. Because I'm awesome for real. Glad they could recognize that. I was just interested to know if maybe they would, that would draw in more clients, but it doesn't seem like it did for some reason. They also tipped 35. Nice. Oh. Oh no. Okay, do I not have another box of stone? Did I put it over here? No. Okay, I just need to go back up to the mountains and grab another box. Alright. My boyfriend says I have to save up at least 100 before I spend any money. Last time I failed, I failed last time I made money. He got very upset. Yeah. Saving money isn't always the easiest. I know what you mean. I've been taking a personal finance course. Well, I've not been really taking it. I've been teaching it, but taking it at the same time, I guess. My brother is taking personal finance, and so I've been teaching it to him because I already took it before, but I didn't make it all the way through. And so I've been learning a lot about buying, spending, saving, investing, all that stuff. So I feel like I've matured a lot, even in just like the last couple of weeks in my saving and spending and money knowledge in general. And I really hope that one day I can kind of talk to you guys more about that when I have actually got like a full grasp on it. But I've got a solid plan in place to become a millionaire, hopefully, in the coming years. I say coming years because I'm not putting a specific deadline on it, but within like hopefully the next I'm projecting the next 20 to 25 years I should have $1 million if the plan comes through. And it should, because I've done the math a couple of times and it seems to make sense. So, I've got a pretty ambitious money goal, and in that time period, if I ever reach a sizable amount that I'm like, I think I finally can impart some wisdom on you all, I'd love to. That'd be awesome. Oh gosh, I'll be 40. Maybe I need to hurry up that millionaire. I want to be a millionaire in my 20s, so we'll do it in 10 years. 10 years or less. Oh gosh. My boyfriend says I have to save up. Impulsive spending, I love mental illness. Oh. Yeah, that definitely doesn't make it easy. It's easy for me only because I learned from an early age. Me too. My mom made sure I understood saving money for a while. But now I'm learning how to actually spend money too. That's the thing. I've been saving money for so long, but I've never actually spent money. And so I've been having a hard time actually like letting go of it sometimes, which is a good thing, but it's also a horrible thing when you take into account the fact that you gotta let go of your money at some point. Keeping it in a savings account, it's actually devaluing over time due to the rate of inflation. If I remember correctly, you need 8% returns on 6%. Sorry, you need 6% returns on something in order for it to beat out inflation. So, in the long run, you're not better off in a savings account. So if you can invest your money where you can to hopefully beat inflation rising and such, then maybe you can actually, just maybe you can do something around that. Yeah, it's like 6.6%, I think. 8% is if you're wanting to be able to do withdrawals and beat out your taxes along with it. But that doesn't necessarily just apply to anything in terms of savings. Let's do that. There we go. I want lemonade right now. You know, that's fair. Lemonade doesn't sound bad. Definitely does not sound bad. By far the weirdest craving I've had. Really? And cucumbers. Cucumbers is weird. I've never heard of anybody wanting a cucumber, but lemonade, more or less. I can get that. Dude, I didn't realize how big this duck was. How big is it? Hang on, let me compare it to my hand. Its base is as big as the palm of my hand. It's like this. So that's the size of the base, really. And it's big. It's so big. It's not done yet. I still have to wait another hour and a half, but it's almost done. It's so close. Pickles are good, but they're too salty sometimes. Salty, interesting. I could see it being, like, too heavy in vinegar, but I don't know about salt. Salty, interesting. Y'all eating salty pickles? Look it up, I'm not crazy. I mean, yeah, pickles have salt, but salty pickles, I've never... Salty pickle. They're high in sodium, but, like, they're not, like, salty, like... Really good pickles are made with salt. They are produced with lacto fermentation. In order to properly ferment them, they are placed in 5% salt water solution with the addition of spices such as dill or star. And these, and allowed to ferment for a week. Blah 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 blah. Salt is not required for fermentation, but it's highly recommended to keep harmful bacteria away, such as, I don't know how to pronounce that one. And promotes the growth of the acid-producing bacteria, lactobacillus. Most vegetables, such as a pickle, only only require a week, but fermentation can be allowed to go for a long while. It doesn't answer the question, though. That's just how pickles are made. I have very sensitive taste buds. I told you they're salty, but, like, they're not salty. Like, salty is, like... Salty is like, I guess my version of salty is different, probably. My version of salty is like, oh yeah, like my tongue is burning just due to the fact that there is so much salt on this. But I'm also American, so like we dump salt in everything here. I want barbecue pineapple pizza. You see, I don't want pineapple, but I do. I wouldn't turn down like just barbecue chips, honestly. Barbecue anything right now sounds so good. Like I could go for a nice barbecue sandwich too. Like that would be really good. Canada has healthier food, and I'm scared to move to America because what if I hate the food? I mean, you might hate it, but honestly, we also have a lot of good food as well. You just kind of have to dodge, figure out what you like, what you don't like. There's plenty of places, though, that do make healthy stuff as well. It's just we're known for our unhealthy food and unhealthy eating habits. But all of that is a choice. A lot of people try to defer responsibility and say it's not really a choice, but it is 100% a choice. You don't have to eat at all the unhealthy restaurants. Honestly, it's best if you don't even eat at restaurants because it's cheaper, but I don't blame people. I would rather go out and eat as well. So I'm not saying everybody should give up that, but you know, there's options, I should say. I eat it raw. What do you eat raw? Finally, two smart people. Let's see. Canada had healthier food. Can never go wrong with chicken nuggets. True. I might make my boyfriend become Canadian. I don't know if he would. He might, but I don't know. That was during the salt conversation. Oh, okay. That makes more sense. He wouldn't want to, but if I begged him enough, he probably would. You know, that's fair. Honestly, he probably would if you just tied him up and stuffed him in the back of the van and then just crossed the border illegally. Now it's in quotes. I knew it would in there the moment I pressed enter, and yet you still chose to say it. Canadian citizenship is so much easier to get. I'm sorry. See, yes, but also no. Like, all the rights you have to give up by becoming a Canadian just doesn't feel good to me. Like, I don't know, man. Your government's pretty corrupt. You literally don't even lose that much. Like, I don't know. The freedom of speech is pretty lost on Canadians. You guys don't have a right to bear arms, if I'm not mistaken. And if you did, your current leader is taking away that right. Your leader is just a horrible person. I don't want to go down his whole list there. He's got like some issues that I'm not gonna go into today, but he's changed a lot of things. He's awful. your media is pretty messed up, in the sense of you can't get any news about Canada outside of Canada, like Canadian news networks, if I'm not mistaken. Um, your current leader can just become permanent leader because he keeps giving himself emergency powers and that means that he can stay in power and delay the election, correct? I'm just saying, there's some issues just with that, in general. Like what you said, American leaders, they're not all that great either. But at least they can't sit in office forever. Because, I mean, they actually start doing stuff after every 4 years because they realize, oh yeah, we actually have to do something to get reelected. That's the nice thing. I like my guns, so that's like my big reason. Just seeing the direction that the Canadians have been going recently, I wouldn't be surprised all that much if it does become more censored over there. They dropped this whole thing about and YouTube can't. There's something wrong with the YouTube system that Canada didn't like, and that was throwing things off as well. See, no school shootings, I mean. I mean, yes, but also, like, that's not the problem. It's not the gun's fault. The fault is actually on the people on that one. You give somebody that's mentally insane a gun, yeah, you're gonna get some issues with that. If I can't say slurs, what's the point of living? Exactly, Nightfall, exactly. It's your God-given right. Now, does that make you right for saying them? No. But, you know, I'm just throwing it out there. The second you give anybody the power to tell you what you can and can't say is the second you've given up some ground. And if you give up any ground whatsoever, then they keep pushing it to see how much more they can take. And it doesn't stop. That's the thing. They're just slowly inching their way towards stuff. And you know, I can appreciate why they introduced it in the first place, you know, hate speech as a thing. I can appreciate why and their intent. But I think a lot of it is also just you're giving up ground, and that ultimately will hurt you more as a culture than if you just, you know, just say, okay, well, we're going to have to, quote unquote, grow up. You know, I've been called a saltine a couple of times. Is that, can that be hateful? Yes. Is it going to, you know, tear me apart? No, I mean, you could call me a saltine every day. Now, don't. But if I was called a saltine every day, you know, it's whatever. Fine, whatever. It's not a hate crime. You're not a minority. So why are we giving special laws only for certain people? Shouldn't the law apply to everybody? See, that's the thing. I don't have a problem with them introducing stuff. It's when it's not equal. Suddenly, when you're not included, because they're minorities, King. So here, let me get this right. Because they're a minority, they have more protection than somebody who isn't. Yes. Okay, so can I ask why? Because that doesn't make sense. Because shouldn't you and I be protected just the same as them? Because now you're making an inequality, which is the very thing we're saying that we're fighting against. That's my issue with a lot of these laws, actually, is they're not actually making things equal. They tip the scales And sometimes people will say, well, it's in an act to make things fair because historically things are, unfair to them. But why are we trying to say because 50 years ago, 60 years ago, 80 years ago, we're going to make things unfair for one group and then make the issue later down the road the same thing when we could just fix the issue and make all things equal? I mean, that makes sense to me anyway. Why are we going to start doing bad towards each other, being unfair to each other now when we see the issue? If we see the issue, just fix it, for crying out loud. I can't be the only one that sees this, right? I mean, maybe I'm wrong. And I'll gladly listen to anybody who wants to tell me I'm wrong. And if they can articulate it well enough, I'll read it. But you gotta articulate and tell me why, because I truly don't understand how telling somebody because you were born one way is why you don't get this right that we're giving other people who are born this way, because that just sounds like racism to me. And sexism. And probably every other ism under the sun. Well, I can't say ism, that's in reference to something else now. But you guys get my point. You're getting punished for your ancestors' crimes, of course. Yeah, I mean, that doesn't make much sense to me, personally. Cis white men have been in power too much and still are. But here's the thing. Is that my fault? Like, I'm not purposely voting just based on who they are. That's not fair. I don't look at somebody and say, oh, they're white, I'm voting for them. So, why am I getting punished and not getting the same rights as, the same protections as other people for hate crimes? And because I'm not under their category. Because historically, my people have had more power. That doesn't make sense to me. Because you can't be offended by it. Why not? Sure, I can be offended by it. Like, if somebody were truly being a horrible person to me and calling me a saltine and following me around, telling me to go back where I came from, telling me I should go back on the boats, go back to Europe, where I came from, I can be offended by it. I've been told that before. I chose to just ignore them because they were being an idiot. A black person is offended by the N-word. Is someone calling you a cracker the same? I'm not equating those two the same, but I can still be offended by that, can I not? At what point is something offensive enough to be considered a hate crime is more so I guess, the question here, because historically, yes, that word was used in that way. And it was not okay to use it ever in general. Like, I'm not arguing anyone should ever be able to say that. What my argument more so is, why are we not protecting all people the same when we should be? If we're going to protect one group, we should say, let's protect all groups. I'm not saying that we shouldn't protect anyone. Alright, let me get back to building Volcano. But yeah, that's all I'm saying is, like, I'm not here to take rights away from anybody. I'm just trying to understand why we're not all getting the same stuff. Me, you, everybody. We should all be given the same. I think if it's a word from the past that press a large group, it should be a slur or whatever. Okay. I don't know. I'm no historic PhD major. You see, I can understand that. So that if we use that as our definition of like a hate crime or hate speech, whatever, then we need to also acknowledge the fact that we got to define how long has passed. Is it going to be just things like is it going to be things in the last 100 years, like only 100 years ago? Is it going to be things 50 years ago, 30 years ago, 20, 10? Like, how far does past go? Then we got to define what oppression would be. Then we got to define what large group means. Because, at the end of the day, you got to define all of that. And then again, at the end of the day, you still end up leaving people out. And when we start dictating so much of that, it becomes a slippery slope. And at what point do you stop, truly? I mean, any word can offend any person. So it just becomes a problem of where do you stop? That's honestly my issue is where do you stop, where do you start, and who do you end up leaving out? Because they end up leaving people out. I think pass should be at least 80 and then large, like 150k at least. Okay. That makes sense. Because generally speaking, anybody that is of a population of less than 150k, generally speaking, they're not well known to the public anyway, so there's not going to be much derogatory speak towards them or about them. Within the last, or past should be at least 80 years. That covers a lot of things, at least, because it means, at least for the most part, the English language will change throughout that time period. So it has time for the word to gain new meaning and stuff. Moving the hate crime to gay people. No one beats you up because you're white and a guy. People beat gay people up for being gay, so it's just a crime to add on top of assault. See, that's the thing, though. Intent is something that is pretty accurate here, because I can pull it up right now, actually. Hate crimes on white people. All right, here we go. So we got. All right, where is it? Is it not on this page? It might not be. Well, anyway, there have been plenty of hate crimes on white people. It happens to everybody. People hate people. It doesn't. That's not necessarily the point, I guess. I mean, historically speaking, Christians were a great number of people, are they not? We hear about tons of church shootings. I mean, let's see. According to the U.S. Department of Justice, in 2022, 3.6% of hate crimes occurred in churches, synagogues, temples, and mosques. There's been, let's see. Bias motivation categories. I mean, the number one bias in terms of hate crime is, race, ethnicity, and ancestry. So I would say it's definitely not right to say that there's no one that beats you up for being white. It might be a far less number, but you also have to look at population sizes, because white people aren't considered a minority. You got to look at percentages as well, because yes, if you look at the grand number here of like, okay, yeah, there's 100 people, say, well, there's going to be a certain amount of people in each of those that are going to commit hate crimes no matter what. So let's say, half, let's be dramatic here, half the people in that are going to commit hate crimes. So 50 people. Well, of those 100 people that we mentioned earlier, it's going to be split up, and 70% of them are white. Well, yeah, more people, statistically speaking, are going to commit hate crimes against non-white people, because there's just more of them. Now, if you break down the percentages, it's going to average out to about the same. So that's... I think a lot of it is the numbers we're fed aren't feeding the entire picture. Also, everybody hates... I shouldn't say everybody. Not everybody hates, but there are a lot of hateful people out there. So I think to say that not everybody, or no one will hate you for being this is a little bit silly. I mean, people hate people over political affiliation. They will hate you over anything and everything they can. If someone went to beat someone up, it doesn't matter what you are. Yeah, exactly. Also, the anti-Semitic crap that's been going on. There's just a lot going on. And the truth of the matter is, people suck. I'm not even going to sugarcoat that one. People suck. So how do you solve people being just generally unpleasant? Being violent towards each other. How do you solve that? Well, we've introduced laws. However, those laws have started to prove to be unfair, or have proven to not be as effective as other things. So, how are we going to get around that? Well, we could increase the punishment for doing said thing. So instead of just putting you, instead of just putting you in jail for 5 years for committing assault, we're going to put it up to 10. And to ensure that it's not going to happen again because it was what we deemed as a hate crime, we're going to tack on an extra 5 years for that. And, that all starts to make sense, because as a society, you start really hit it into people like, hey, you can't hate people, you can't do that just because they look different, this, that. The problem is, they're also trying to pit you against each other already. How many times have you guys ever checked the news? And they'll tell you, this person says these people should do insert thing here. And when you start to look into all of this, it starts to make a lot of sense. They're constantly trying to pit you against rich versus poor, white or black, Christian or atheist, or Muslim or Jewish, Catholic, all those things. Democrat, Republican, rare Green Party, American, non-American. I mean, go back even further. Communist, or patriots. They're pitting us against each other, while also telling us the very thing we shouldn't be doing is hating each other. It's something to keep the machine moving. I don't like to sound like a conspiracy theorist, but that's the truth. Truth of the matter is, they need to keep people in prisons. They need to have a reason to keep you moving. The news needs you to click. So Yeah, like you said, the news is the #1 instigator. So what you need to get back to at the end of the day is what laws are for, which is to keep people safe and to encourage a good society. However, can you really encourage a good society through laws? I personally think not. However, I can respect it that some might think otherwise. I think laws are often just seen as a hindrance to people rather than an encouragement to not do things. They look at it and go, how can I get around this law? So, yeah, they're not going to just stop hating somebody based on how they look because it's illegal to commit a crime against them because it'll slap them on the wrist even harder than they already were. So the question really becomes, how do you solve that one issue? And the truth of the matter is you gotta find a way to get parents to actually care. Offer incentives, you know? And I don't know all of the details that I would have implemented into that, but at some point you do need to look at it and go, what's the issue here? Why do these kids hate each other? Well, chances are it's probably their mom and dad. The media that they're consuming. Anything like that. So how do you solve that? And I don't know the answer to that. I don't know the answer to everything. But the answer certainly isn't just slapping more time on there, because they were doing it anyway. I mean, you could slap the death penalty on it, but you're just going to have more people in the electric chair, or I guess lethal injection now, but, you know, how far are you able to go with this? And how much ground are you willing to give up to your government so that they fix this stuff? I'm not usually one to try to say everything is corrupt and all that, but power does corrupt. So at what point does your government have too much power? And the fact that a lot of people aren't afraid of their government having too much power is worrying to me, because I'm worried about it, and I usually am a fan of the government stepping into certain situations because they need to. But at what point do you tell them that, okay, you've done your one job, no more, and then when they do more, do you actually retaliate? And I don't mean start a civil war. I think war is the last thing anybody needs right now, but, you know, when do you move out of the country? At what point do you decide that you're going to take your business out of the country? Businesses have a lot of power in that. I think businesses have a little bit of an issue in general where they shouldn't be getting into politics in general. I don't think businesses belong in that field. I think businesses should focus on doing the thing that they want to do, which is make money, not get involved in politics. That's not why I shop at Walmart. That's not why I buy a Ford. You know? That's another issue I've got going on with the world. This is turning into a political debate, or not debate, but a political conversation. I'm scared. What did I do? Let me catch up here on chat. Not gonna lie, I kind of like these argumentative discussions. We curl the herd. That's how I like having these discussions too. It's important, and I don't usually talk about this stuff because it is highly divisive. However, at a certain point, you do need to talk about it. And the truth is, as long as you do it civilly and you're not yelling and screaming at each other and hating each other, then it's okay to talk about. And that's one thing I don't tolerate, is yelling, screaming, and hating. So when somebody starts doing those things, we time it out and we just stop talking about it. It's wonderful. And that's why I really appreciate you guys right now. You guys are just being attentive, listening, and it's actually a productive conversation. Even I mean, you're listening, Nightfall. Everybody else is, they've either tuned me out or they're listening too. But we're not arguing. We're just having a conversation, and it's nice. What a jail did that I thought was so funny is that they made them do community service for a group they hated, like they lived with them and stuff. That is actually a great way to do it, because oftentimes, in fact, I watched a TED Talk. It was a guy who was a part of a neo German World War II German group, and he had basically, been pretty angry in general towards Jewish people, and he had never talked to any. He'd never really even had a bad experience with them necessarily. He just got told that he should not like them. And because he was young, impressionable, and he thought it was cool to hate people, he started doing it, and he always just stayed with it. Well, eventually, one day, I'm trying to remember how exactly it happened, but he ended up running into somebody who was a Jew. And he ended up talking to him, and then he ended up meeting a Jewish priest at one point too. And they had so much fun together. They ended up talking a lot. And obviously, by the end of the story, he didn't become a Jew or anything. But, like, in terms of religion. But I should clarify that. It's just not in terms of religion. But, by the end of it, they were friends. And he realized, there's no reason for me to hate these people. So honestly, yeah, if you're going to hate people, honestly, I think making you work with them is perfect punishment. Not even punishment, it's just necessary. It teaches you that these people aren't actually all that bad. I actually kind of agree with that. Let's see. In fact, people that are incarcerated for crimes that they do not believe are more likely to reoffend. Yeah, I mean, once you go to jail once, what's it going twice? And if you were a felon, you might lose your right to vote. So, what more do you got to lose, right? So, it's one of those deals, once you survive jail your first time, so what? So I think, jail is fine. For a lot of people, that's enough. But for a lot of people, it's not. And so how do you counteract that? You got fees, make you pay fines for doing some crimes. And that seems to help keep a little bit of people out of the way. You got the death penalty in some states. Some have gotten rid of it. Some have kept it. But even then, there are still people who aren't scared of that. There are some people who truly are so far gone that they don't even care about themselves anymore. So what do you do about that? Well, you could go to China, or is China the one that does that? China used to do this. I don't know if they still do, but I doubt they still do. Well, I don't know. But you could go, I know one that does for sure. North Korea. You could go the North Korea route. Anytime you say something or do something against the country, then your family is the one that pays. But that's not right. I mean, they didn't do the crime. So then you got to go back to, well, why do we execute them in the first place? Well, the reason the death penalty even existed was so that they would no longer be a harm to humanity. As unfortunate as that is, sometimes that's the case, that you just have to do that. But also at the same time, I'm not really a proponent for that. I think there's very few cases where that is necessary. I think first and foremost, you should imprison them, even for life if you need to. But what you should do is imprison them, because they did do a crime, and usually it's taking a life if they are in for being executed, or if they are there for life in prison. Usually that's the case. So how do you tackle this? Well, first and foremost, you're gonna make them do pretty much nonstop community service. I don't mean nonstop. Like, obviously we're not gonna force them to work and beat them if they don't. But I more so mean, like, you're going to you're going, instead of being able, because you're not going to be able to pay for your own stay in jail. You can't get a job. We're going to make you do work in the jail to pay for it, because you're here for life. There's nobody to pay for you being here. So, yeah, we're going to make you do stuff. And I know that's frowned upon by a lot of people, saying it's slavery, but so what? They killed a person. On top of that, they need psychological counseling. Maybe they'll soon start to care about themselves, who knows? And I think even on top of that, I think there is even a possibility, a chance, that they could still get out, but it has to be on not just good behavior, but a certain minimum amount of community service, and payment needs to be made towards the payment needs to be made towards the hurt parties to sort of offer some amount of justice and retribution there, because you killed somebody. You gotta that's something that you're gonna have to live with. Not only you, but the people that also lost a loved one. So, that takes care of some of that, but in the long scheme of things, that still doesn't fix our issue of the people who aren't scared of jail. So, I mean, it fixes your problem of those who aren't scared of death. But those who aren't scared of jail, what do you do about them? I mean, you deterred them on some things about death, but not everything deserves the death penalty or life in prison. And a lot of the times, some of these people that are doing crimes are just desperate people that don't understand that there's better ways. Or they do understand there's better ways, and for some reason they weren't allowed those better ways. So, what do we do about that? And like we mentioned community service. I think mandatory community service should just be in general. Any police or any arrest should be met with community service. Like, that's number one for me, in my opinion. You hurt somebody in the community, you are going to have to pay for that in some way. You stole from an Apple store, like an Apple iPhone store. Well, then what you're going to do is you're going to go out to the street where, that happened, and we're going to ensure that you clean up all the spray paint off the street, if there is any. We're going to ensure that all the gum is cleaned up off of there. You're going to sweep the sides of the street to make sure all the leaves are taken off. You're going to make that street look nice because, you know, that community was hurt just by the action happening alone. And the goal is honestly to leave the community better than where it was found. So if you robbed from it, you're going to make it better in some way. If you killed somebody, yeah, you're going to be doing, like I said, probably life in jail. You're going to be doing a lot of community service in that community where you hurt them. Ultimately, you're going to be, you know, was it license plates at one point that you used to have to make in prison? Let me see, what kind of prison labor was there? A lot of the jobs were like maintaining the prison laundry or kitchen work, but for some reason I want to say license plates were a thing that they used to make. That was a thing, yeah. Bring back that. You know, find ways that they can serve the community in that way that they can't hurt anybody by doing either. That's like they can't sabotage it. But, you know, that will help pay for a lot of things as well. If you look at it, what are we doing to pay for our government right now? We're paying a lot of taxes. But we're not just paying a lot in taxes, we're going into debt. I think I've talked a little bit about with you guys about the national debt. It's atrocious. If you ever have seen it, you'll know that it is atrocious. What's the website again? Let me find the website. National debt clock, was it? Yeah, the US debt clock. You guys want to see something scary? Check out this website. The US national debt right now is at, see, that's thousands, millions, billions, trillions. We're at 34,602,000,000, or 602,298,000,000, and almost about to hit another million. It goes up constantly. Absolutely constantly. And it doesn't stop. It doesn't stop. And a lot of that is due to the fact that our balanced budget always goes over, for one, so we're not paying off our national debts. And if we did pay off our national debts, it would mean a lot of countries are indebted into us. And in that case, our dollar is worth a lot. So, for one, the US citizens would love it if our taxes could be lowered or stay the same, introducing more prison labor jobs where they make bricks, where they make, they gotta find things that they could do that wouldn't hurt anything, like, because it has to be something that they couldn't harm somebody else with. So you know, you can't go and say, okay, here's phone parts, put together a phone, because they could wire together a bomb with that. So, you know, for example, license plates. I don't know if it would necessarily be more expensive for them to do it that way or not. No more woodworking, please. Woodworking would be such a problem. I could see so many issues with that. But you know, I'm sure there's somebody with plenty of ideas there. Thank you for the follow, Dark Forest Fortnite. Hello, how are you doing? We're just building a volcano and talking about politics. How fun, right? I think that used to be a thing I saw and everything. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, there was a wood shop that they did. Trying a new game, Minecraft? Nice. Well, if you'd like to play on our server, you're more than welcome to. It's open for anybody to join, so if you'd like to join, we'd be honored We'd be honored to be amongst your first. I'm on Bedrock. So we do actually allow Bedrock on our server. We had to do some plugin finagling, but it worked out. And so if you'd like to join, you're still able to. It might be a little bit difficult if you're on like a console, but you can still join. But Admiral, you are correct in thinking that. I believe it was like a full-on woodwork shop. And yeah, that has a lot of opportunity for issues. Let's see. I know how to join on a Switch though. Awesome. Well, you're more than welcome to join us then. That sounds perfect. Just have to mess with DNS. Absolutely, you've got it. Let me think. What were some other things we wanted to talk about? We got really deep into the prison talk. But I think at the end of the day, bad people are still gonna do bad things. That's where I was trying to get right. Oh, the dock's almost done. We got 35 more minutes. I'm so excited. But, you know, the problem really is, at the end of the day, no matter what you do to deter bad people, they're still going to try to do bad things and not get caught. Because everybody thinks, as long as I don't get caught, the rules don't apply to me. That's why people speed. That's why people steal. That's why people kill. A lot of times they're trying to do it sneakily because they don't want to get caught. That was never a part of their plan in the first place, so they don't really account for the action or the reaction and the issues that it would cause them later down the road. So, you know, at the end of the day, you just kind of have to accept that not everybody is going to be somebody you can save from themselves. At the end of the day, everybody's going to do something if they're going to do it. It's just, how long are you going to deter them? It's not worth it. Welcome, Dark Forest. I'm new, but not the account. Awesome, awesome. Well, we will love to have you around. Dark Forest. That name sounds really familiar. I don't know what that is, but let me go to Google Translate. Hey, go to sleep tomorrow. It's time to do homework for school so that you can graduate, so that you can get a degree, so that you can get a job, so that you can earn money, so that you can buy your things, and so that you can enjoy life. Okay, but you're right, though. Why are you spitting facts over here, Lisa? I do need to go to sleep at some point, but not tonight. Well, I will go to bed tonight, just not yet. I definitely do need to go to bed at some point though. I've got lots of projects that I've got going on. I've been taking a computer science class. I've talked about it too many times today, so I won't bore you guys again with more details on it, but let's see, context. So context. Oh gosh, I haven't done Spanish in a little bit. Let me just copy and paste that. Go to sleep. Fair enough, fair enough. It's almost not today anymore. Yeah. Yeah, for me it's 11 p.m. But I'm not in high school anymore either. Thank you for the follow, Lisa. I appreciate it. Why my skin not show up? So a lot of the time with skins, if it has like a extended model, this is especially important on Bedrock, then it'll just show up as a default skin. just because Java doesn't handle that. It's unfortunate. I wish it wouldn't do that, but sometimes it still does. See, I need to get up there, so let me try to do this. We were talking about something else that was kind of important. Oh yeah, bad people. Bad people doing bad things. Yeah, at the end of the day, they're all just gonna do bad stuff. It's unfortunate, so you might as well just get your work out of them. Obviously, if they're paying for their stay in jail already, then I think they could be exempt from labor. But I still think community service should be mandatory in that. Because you hurt a community, so you're gonna serve them. Welcome to the real world. It's like when I don't know if any of you guys have siblings or anything, but whenever a sibling acts up or something, the parent comes in and basically tells you like, okay, you're gonna ask them now what they want to play with or something like that, and you're gonna give them the opportunity to give them this service, and you're gonna let them play with whatever toy they want to play with because you stole it. If you took that toy from them, or whatever, you're gonna end up having to. It's gonna harm yourself in the process of the fact that you're not gonna be as happy as you want, but you're also gonna end up doing something for that community. You're gonna do something for your sibling because you hurt them. I think this is a very valid way of things working out because one, you learn empathy. You learn empathy from helping people that are hurting. You learn empathy from helping people that you didn't necessarily like before. And if not, well, at least they get some satisfaction out of the fact that if you stole from a store or you vandalize, I'm a full proponent that if you got caught, you gotta clean up your own vandalism. But if you steal a car, let's say, then you're going to have to do some sort of community service. You're gonna go to a what if we do we're gonna make you have to go clean out the car dealership. The car dealership over there, you're gonna have to clean their parking lot. Oh, hello. So you're gonna go sweep up all the leaves and all the dirt and debris that got caught up in their parking lot, as part of your community service, and you might do that for a mechanic as well. And you're gonna do those things to help rebuild that community that you harmed. And I'm gonna end up repeating myself over and over again, so we'll just kind of move on there. But I think that's honestly just our best course of action at this point, in my opinion. And it makes sense to me in a logical stance. I'm glad Java doesn't have extended skins. They have horrendous. Well, some have a pass. Yeah, there are some cool ones, but also a lot of them are a little bit over the top, in my opinion. I can appreciate them for what they are, though. Yes, I have siblings. I get blamed all the time for stupid stuff my brother does. Oh, lovely. I know this from countless experiences. Yeah, I did a lot of community service. Wait, what? You get achievements? Wow. Yeah, yeah. It keeps track of you as if you were a Java player. So, everything in this server will work like it's Java. So it'll be the Java combat. So it'll be a charge up hit. It'll be Java Redstone, and it also uses the Java advancements as well. I'm trying to remember what we were originally talking about so I can kind of go back to the root topic and hit more on it. I probably talked your guys' ears off on it, honestly. It probably doesn't really matter necessarily. I mean, it matters in the sense of it's an important topic to talk about, but I don't think it necessarily matters that I talk about it. Because, I mean, a lot of people disagree with me. I mean, evidently there were a lot of people that probably disagreed with me today. I mean, I think... I mean, let me just quickly... You know, I'm sure Nuggy probably disagreed with me, and, you know, that's fine. That's a fine position to hold. I respect that. But, you know, I guess the thing is, we're all gonna have different viewpoints is the other thing. Like you said, Admiral, the root is probably about division amongst people and such. So, you know, at the root cause, why do people commit crimes? Well, it's either because they have not and they want to have, or they don't like somebody. Usually those are the reasons people commit crimes. I mean, I'm sure there's actually a research paper on this. Let me quickly look it up. Why do people commit crimes? So, according to Psychology Today, Law and Crime, here in this article, it is understanding crime psychology, the psychology of crime. So exactly why people commit crimes and what could deter them from doing so in the future is a great interest to psychologists and law enforcement officers alike. So far, extensive research to a complex mix of genetics, life, personality, and environmental factors. So, what causes a person to commit crimes? Some individuals commit crimes out of necessity. Others are driven by anger, rejection of authority, a manipulative personality, or psychopathic tendencies. While stereotypes that all mentally ill people are prone to crime is not accurate, there are instances where mental illness such as psychosis, substance abuse, or severe bipolar disorder could influence someone to break law. So, you know, out of necessity, well, a lot of that could actually be solved if all of us just altogether stopped committing crimes. If we stopped committing crimes, now this is a wishful thinking. I mean, there are always going to be people committing crimes, but if all the people who needed to commit a crime just didn't, say they're hungry and they have nothing to eat, so they steal food. If all of that stopped and all the money that went into what would be to detaining those people went to, you know, opening up a homeless shelter, for example, or a food bank, it probably would actually equal out, in my opinion. Here's your dab. I think in some topics people should be united in their opinion. Yes, I definitely do think there is perfectly good reason to be united in opinion. Like, honestly, I think we can all agree that we should be good to each other, regardless of how you feel about insert person here. Like, honestly, would I prefer you to feel okay about them? Yes. And we can disagree on, you know, trying to find a way to say this without it coming out wrong. Whether you think their lifestyles are right or not, that can stay out of the debate as long as you can choose to acknowledge the fact that they are a human being just like you. And that's a lot of the issue I find as of right now, is the intolerance for each other. Whether you agree with people or not, you know, you do need to also just kind of come to the understanding that you're not going to agree with everybody. You're not going to like everybody. And that's okay. But you should still be good to them. 106. Because at the end of the day, they're a person just like you. So, at what point do at what point is it okay to disagree with somebody and, you know, disagree with their lifestyle, and can you still be good to them if you disagree with their lifestyle? I think yes. I think yes. In fact, I know yes. You can. To be good to someone doesn't mean that you have to go out of your way to, you know, to be friends with them, but it does mean, you know, you're not going out of your way to not be friends with them. To be good to someone just means that you're not treating them less than anybody else. That's the truth. So, whether you agree with their lifestyle choices or not, let's say you don't agree with people who are into drugs. That's an easy topic for us. I think all of us here, for the most part, can all say drugs are bad. Don't do drugs. However, would you treat a drug addict less than a person that isn't a drug addict? And if your answer is yes, then you probably need to examine yourself and go, well, why am I not treating them the same as I would somebody else? I'm not talking like between friends and... Like, there's a fine difference between treating your friends well and treating a stranger well. Like, I'm not saying you gotta, you know, treat everyone like your friend. Ideally, it would be nice if you could do that, but here's your dab. Or, sorry, drink. Hydrate, thank you. My duck is almost done. It's just 10 more minutes, guys. But, you know, you're not gonna treat them less than, you know, any other stranger who isn't a druggie. 10 minutes till what? Till I have my duck. I've been 3D printing, and, I've been 3D printing this rubber ducky, and, it's gonna help me when I code. Let's see. That made probably no sense. I'm sorry, hang on. So I've been taking a, I sound really strange. I sound like I'm on drugs. I've been taking a, programming, computer science class, and, they recommend having a rubber duck that you can talk to and explain your code to, because your rubber duck doesn't know how to code. So you're gonna talk to it and tell it, this is what I'm trying to do. And so this is how I've done it. And you're going to tell it every step of your process. And then suddenly it'll probably dawn on you, because you've broken it up so simply, that you'll figure out how to do it. And so the idea is to break up you're going to break up your very complex task, and you're going to explain it to it like it's 5. and it'll probably make it easier for you to understand, and suddenly your problem will be fixed. It's how a lot of people like remove bugs from their programs, how they get past some code issues. It's like math, yeah. It's actually a lot like math. You're going to take your end goal and you're going to break it down as simple as you can get it, and you're going to explain it to somebody like it's like you're 5. If you've ever been doing math homework, this happens a lot to me, or happened a lot to me anyway. When I was doing math homework, sometimes I would be sitting there and I couldn't figure it out, but once I started explaining it to somebody else, it suddenly dawned on me and I understood it. And so that's what this is. Because you're not always going to have somebody sitting over your shoulder to listen to you talk about it, and you're not always going to have somebody that's going to be interested in hearing about it. But your rubber duck, he's always going to be interested. He's always going to be there to listen to you talk about your code. We stan rubber duck. He's as crazy as the end goal. He's trying to tell you, yeah, that's true. I'm just crazy. The issue with that is plainly some people aren't human, or rather don't have the ability to be considered one, for example, mental illness or lack of mental reason. So that takes us to psychopaths and sociopaths, people who are truly choosing to be something just because they don't feel that empathy, so that's why they kill, that's why they steal, that's why they hurt people, and sometimes that's the only way they can feel. When it comes to those people, I can kind of agree with that to an extent. I obviously wouldn't go around spitting on their face or punching them or anything, but, I might not go out of my way to, hold the door open for them. I can definitely get that. We had a family with drug issue, and let me tell you, we had to treat them as a child. I can see that. Like, yeah, you're a lot of the time with addictions and stuff, it's rough. I'm sure I don't need to tell all you guys that, but that stuff can really rip up a person, and it's honestly just like a child, where it's one step at a time, 2 steps forward, 1 step back sort of deal, where I'm gonna have to. It's honestly building up a new habit in place of the old habit, so that they become better. And I drugs are a whole different bird. I think you might have to treat them a little differently in terms of like how you approach, but you're also not going to treat them less than human. You're gonna each one's going to be a little bit different as well. That's the other thing, I guess. I think at the end of the day, approach them like they're an adult. If they start acting like a child, then you're gonna have to treat them like a child a little bit. But it's for their benefit. That's the other thing. If it's for their benefit and it's truly benefiting them, then I think it's okay. Let's see. Let's see. I hate math. Me too, man. Me too. I guess quickly recapping it. Rubber duck. You give it big problem. You explain it to it like it's a 5-year-old, because that's what you would do with math. You have a big problem with lots and lots of steps. You explain it because like your little brother walks in and looks at it and goes, "What are you doing?" And you start explaining it to them, and you're like, "But it's not working." And then you explain a couple more steps, and suddenly you realize I forgot to carry the 1 or something like that. Because that's what you do a lot with code, is you oftentimes will forget to do small steps like carry the 1. So that's why I'm getting a rubber duck. And I'm so happy. I just wanted a rubber duck. Now I'm like, I want so many rubber ducks, dude. We're gonna have so many. They're gonna be great. It's gonna be huge. I'm excited. In fact, it's just one more minute till it's done, so let's kind of take a step back. So you're Lucifer from Hasbin Hotel? Possibly. I'm unsure. Let me look it up. Add rubber duck to the end of it? Okay. Rubber duck. Lucifer's rubber ducks. Mind the duckies, they're just the manifestation of the souls of every single freak dwelling in my circus is all. Oh my gosh, yes, actually, I mean, yeah. Why ducks, you may ask? For the lulz. That because, well, humans are about as significant as a child's toy. Yeah. Yeah, you know, that's actually a pretty good example. And I can talk to them and do whatever I want with them, and, you know, they're there for me. They can't really do much for me, but, you know, it's the idea that they're there more so than anything. It's done. It's done. Um, okay, I just gotta let the bed cool down first, but it's almost done, guys. It's amazing. It's so beautiful. Give me 1 second. Oh, I have a duck. He's pretty well, blank right now, but I'd love to paint him one day. Maybe we could get some paint and do a stream where we paint him. Kind of like that Lego stream we did a while back, but this time we paint a rubber duck. But there you go. He's huge. Like I said, I didn't mean to make him this big, but he is actually the size of my palm. He's amazing. Uh, Candy. Bet. I've got some old Valentine's Day Reese's here. They're kind of melty because 3D printer was hot, and it was kind of underneath it, but I'll eat it still. Thank you for that. Okay. And then I have my rubber duck. I can code again. Okay. I kind of, you know what? Let's get that stone up to that ring right there. Hmm. We could do full 6 hours and get one more ring up. Okay. Also, whenever he feels like it, maybe possibly check the applications. Okay. Okay. We can do that. Here, let me do that right now, actually, while I remember. Off topic, but turns out if you're depressed, the cure is to drink at least 20 juice boxes according to Change a Homeless Survival Experience. Nice. I mean, 20 juice boxes sounds pretty pog, I'm not gonna lie. That works. It also got me through my alcohol addiction that would have made me give up. That is amazing. That is amazing, dude. What was I gonna do? Applications, right. Let me open up this page. Google Forms. Sign in, different account. Sign into this one. That's me. What's my password for this one? First try. Not now. Okay, mod application, ban appeal, report form. I'm assuming it's probably shop registration. If it's Java, the axe equals better. Usually, yes. I will say most people, that probably falls into the case, yeah. Let's see, so we got Derek, Bionics, Pebble Shop. It's gonna sell Deep Slate, Cobble Deep Slate. What's this? I think I read this one already. I have. Uh-oh. Okay. Let's see. What about this one? Perhaps I opened up the wrong one. It's ban appeal, of course. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Okay, I see. How have I not read this? I haven't read your mod application. Uh is there player warps? Yeah. So you can do slash warps, you can do slash home, set home. You can do I guess those are really your only two teleports. You also have slash TPA and TPA here. Those are all options. Have I ever checked your application on for King SMP? I don't think I did. I'm looking at it now though. Okay. Hmm. Do you want me to read it out loud? I'll read it out loud if you want. That's up to you though. Let me see. You keep reading on though. You can if you want to? Okay. I'll go to read it then. So we got an application here from Indigo Autumn, aka Nightfall. They play on the Java edition. And when we look here at the availability schedule, it seems to be 12 a.m. to 10 p.m. on weekdays, I think. And then weekends 10 a.m. to 11 p.m. So pretty wide schedule there, which is very good. It's helpful to have somebody online a lot. Why do you want to be a mod? So Indigo wants to be a mod because they, and I quote, I want to eventually be more on the administrator side of things since I enjoy the technical side of Minecraft and wish to eventually host events or help collect ideas for some. That's actually really good because um, that is something that we are always looking for, is more people who can get involved in that side of things. Um, so uh, when it comes down to it, Unreal's busy with a job. So having somebody else that can come in and help with the admin side of things where, they can actually spend time making events or working on that stuff, that's actually really helpful. And actually telling us where you really want to be. It's not just you want to be a mod, but you want to go beyond being a mod as well. You do have prior mod experience. You said here, I used to moderate for smaller servers. My friends, for smaller servers, my friends, I was mostly on the design side of things, like making buildings and redstone contraptions, along with finding out creative ways to use plugins. All good information there. Why do you think you would be a good mod? I think I would be a good mod because I tend to not take things at face value and like to do investigating as is necessary. I work pretty okay with others, although I'm sure there will be difficulties at times since humans are unpredictable by nature. But those difficult times will be good learning experiences to make better choices next time. I learn new things quite quickly, whether I want to or not, unfortunately. Amen. Spoken like a true human being, Nightfall. I am very much homeschooled. I was too. It's fun. It's fun. You get to play more Minecraft. What more could you want? Preach. How familiar are you with commands within Minecraft Java Edition? You are on a 4 there. That's pretty good. Still room to improve, but not a whole lot to teach, so that's good. Which of the following plugins are you familiar with? You already know a pretty good amount of Essentials and Exclaim, which is good. It means you can help other players with that. And Core Protect is something that we use to check the logs for our server. You've heard me talk about it a lot today, and I'm sure you've heard Unreal talk about it a little bit before, so you might even have a little bit of knowledge on how that works. And it's an easy plugin to pick up too, so it's good to know that, we're expecting to teach that to a lot of people anyway, but it's good to know that, we do need to teach that. Someone got the Diamonds achievement after playing for less than 5 minutes. After doing some investigating, you discover they stole from someone's base. What do you do? Here in the multiple choice, you press kick them. I'm not going to tell you guys what the right and wrong answers are. There's only like a couple of obvious wrong answers, but we made sure those were pretty obvious. But, this gives us an idea more so of your moderation style. So we know if you're more on the light end, so we need to tell you, hey, you can be more heavy-handed. Or if you're on the heavy-handed side, and we need to tell you, hey, back off a little bit. Here's the sheet. This is our cheat sheet. This is what we use for our guidelines. And, that kind of helps balance things out, I think. Someone joins and immediately starts sending racial slurs. What do you do? Permban them. Really? You didn't press join them? Come on. Yeah, you joined the Discord. Let's go, Dark Forest. Welcome. I'm not very confident about it, but I know the gist of it. Yeah. I figured most people would, especially if they've been around for a while. So I'm typically heavy-handed. You go back and forth. On some things you're really heavy-handed, and on others you're light-handed. It's scary. It's really scary. Someone joins and immediately starts hacking. What do you do? Perm ban them. They have no intent to play anyway. A top donor and respected player is being extremely disrespectful. You have given them multiple warnings. What do you do? You set perm ban them. Scary equals better. In a way, yeah. No one understands my thought process. I mean, I get it to an extent, but it feels like there's a disconnect on some of your thought processes. Sometimes I confuse myself. True or false, after banning someone, you must fix all the damages they cause. True, Unreal and King do enough already. There is tension between viewers and yourself in chat. What do you do? Firstly, I try to see what started the tension in the first place and start de-escalating it from there. Then, regardless of who was in the wrong, I try to find common ground and hopefully end the encounter on a positive note. Sounds pretty good. There's no right or wrong answers in a lot of these. I mean, there are wrong answers where you just say, oh yeah, I'm going to ban them because they disagreed with me. But in this case, that's pretty solid reasoning, honestly. I mean, trying to de-escalate a situation makes sense. Oftentimes, I have actually recommended that you try to remove yourself from the situation and have a different mod take care of it, but we don't have the staff team for that, so honestly, trying to de-escalate it yourself is actually smarter. So I like that about yours here. Finding common ground is important, even if you don't necessarily agree or whoever was wrong. Sometimes it's just about ending the argument first, or ending the argument before it becomes a big deal. So I think you answered that question very well. You're disagreeing with another staff member on a moderation issue. What should you do? First, I'll hear their perspective on it. When they are done, I'll express my own opinion and try to reach a resolution. I'm just going to stop right there first. That is a very well put together answer just at the beginning there. The fact that you mentioned the little, I don't know if you guys heard it, when they are done. That right there is awesome. The fact that you're willing to listen to somebody else, wait till they're finished talking, and then express your opinions. That is very important. It is very, very important. It's how you get through situations a lot faster, for one. And two, that's how you don't argue. That's actually really impressive. And I don't know if you meant to write it that way, but you wrote it that way, and that's the way I'm taking it. And that was a very well put together answer just there. But it's not all. If we could not reach one on our own, I'll consider adding a third party that could reach a conclusion that satisfies us both. That's good answer overall. Do you get money on the server, like to buy wood or something? No. So the only shopping that we do in the server is with diamonds. You can take diamonds and go to the shopping area. It's over by spawn. And you can buy stuff there, but we don't have like a shop that you can do like /auction house or anything like that. Let's see. We wanted to try to keep a mostly vanilla feel to the server with at least a couple of minor adjustments for making it fun with a big community like this. But that was a very well put together answer, Nightfall. You have a question about moderation. What should you do? First, I'll see if my team has sent information in the past that may involve my question. If not, then I'll look it up, assuming my question is about a plugin. If I can't find my answer through any of those, I'll ask the team about it. That's nice. That's actually really good. I never thought about actually searching in the past for more information by, doing a quick search on Discord or whatever, but that's actually really well thought out. And then actually looking it up as well instead of just going straight to asking Unreal, like, hey, how do I do this? And it's like, well, you could have Googled that, but that's a really well put together answer. You did a good job. And your final thoughts or questions. In this one, we have a nice little parentheses here. Praise King Unreal extensively for 10 plus points. You chose to write. I love open-ended questions as much as I love KFC. I hate open-ended questions, and I'm assuming you do too, then. I actually don't mind KFC. KFC is actually pretty good, but, I respect your opinion. Also, there was a grammar error on question number. I didn't get a question number on that. Uh-oh. Now I gotta go search. Provide your age. This is private info, and we will not share it with anyone. We don't accept applications for users 13 or younger. What users' names do you go by? What version do you play? If you answered Bedrock, please specify which platform. I was trolling. Oh, dude. Unreal and I were so careful reading over it several times to make sure we didn't make any errors. That's messed up. That's so messed up, man. Also, I need to check our ban appeals. I haven't checked those in a minute. Who's on here? Oh, okay. Report forms. Has anyone actually filed a report ever? No. That was not meant for Unreal, but this works. Yeah, you know, fair enough. I found a bug where you can dig into spawn, just letting you know. Where at? I'm curious. Oops. What? Oh. Hello. Huh. Okay. I see. I see. Okay. I will, I'll take note of that. /co roll, or, yeah, /co rollback. Oh no. Radius 3, time 3 minutes. That's not quite right. 3 minutes is a little bit too long to go. There we go. So why is that not included in the region? It's in global. Okay. I'll let Unreal know. Or I'll put it in staff chat just so he knows. Also, I was just informed that part of the spawn cave was, or is out of the World Guard region. It's just a few diamonds, though. There we go. That should help. I need to make a, I've been thinking about doing a ticket bot on Discord. A lot of Discords do it. Having tickets so you guys can report stuff there. It keeps it easier for myself and Unreal to get to instead of, you know, having to go directly to us in game or in Twitch chat. But thank you for letting me know, Dark. I appreciate that. Let's see. But yeah, that's a really good application, Indigo. Nightfall. I'll have to let Unreal know about it and see what he thinks, because it's very likely that you'll probably be learning from him more so than me. I forgot about that ticket system. It's so broken. It's so broken. Whenever you leave, it just disappears. Which, I mean, is kind of part of the point, but it's also kind of annoying. It's like I wanted to read that after you were gone so I could take care of your issue, but it's kind of meant for important stuff, I guess. I don't know. But if I'm not online, then I can't actually, you know, take care of the issues until afterward. And so it's an issue. I don't know. I don't know where I was going with that, other than I was going somewhere with it. But yeah, I think that's a pretty good application, Nightfall. So I'll talk to this team about it at some point, hopefully soon. I'd like to anyway. I haven't had a mod meeting in a little while. We're due for one, but we've all been so busy with some stuff. I don't know how long it'll take us to get there, but we'll see. It's such a great system. It's perfect. There's nothing wrong with it. Okay, I may have found another one, but you can straight up take items out of the barrels. No, that's not part of the, spawn. This is for shopping. This needs to be probably better. I guess it does have the tiny signs, but we probably need to have something more in your face. But it's supposed to be like small markets. This is where you can sell items and stuff. So in this case, it's a wood shop, and you can pay diamonds for it. But yeah, that one's on purpose. Oops, that's not where I wanted to go. Okay, I just want to hit that. Once I can hit the top bar there, I'll call it a night, probably, because, or not the top bar, but I'll hit that mid bar. The reason I'm only shooting for there is it's coming up on 6 hours before I know it, so I don't want to go too far over, and I'm already starting to lose my voice just a little bit. So I gotta be careful. Plus, I now have my rubber ducky, which means I can do a lot of coding tonight. And, you know, what more could a person want than a rubber ducky to code with? Cool, as soon as I get mod, I'll go on a 7-month hiatus per tradition. Yeah. Yeah, we've had that issue, haven't we? You know, we probably need to make a rule about that, but like I don't know how to really say it nicely, because it's like we're not paying you guys, so it's not like it's us saying, oh yeah, you're ditching the company or whatever. It's like it's volunteer work, so it's kind of like, I don't know, I feel weird about kind of like being a little bit more demanding of playtime. Nice to see the young ones respecting the ways. I mean, they all do come back eventually. I mean, well, not all of them. Some of them do come back. Like, Pi is back. And, Admiral, you came back. Bagels came back, but then he left again. We don't have Anna back. Unreal left for a little bit, but he came back. Marie hasn't come back. One day we'll get her back. One day. It's been 84 years. How many other mods have we had? Lunar hasn't come back to us. He kind of pops in occasionally into the chat. Pointless hasn't been back. Admittedly, a lot of them I can verify are just busy. So it's not like I know they're being lazy and just not joining and playing Minecraft with us, but um, yeah, that's a lot of people now that I'm thinking about it. Oof, that's not good. But hey, on the bright side, you got Subspace Bubble. Okay. Oh, I need to start recording again. Yeah, there we go. How dare they not always play block game? I know, like, come on. I don't pay you guys for nothing. And live lives with jobs. That's one thing I'm not looking forward to about if I get a job anytime soon is, like, I'm going to be in a lot of trouble. Because I can't play. I won't be able to play as much. That's for sure. It's basically gonna either end up being I'm gonna stream only Minecraft or I'm gonna have to stream like shorter days so that I can play the same amount of Minecraft and the same amount of other games. When I say same amount, it's not really the same. It's you're gonna be losing hours. Is there any games like Starfield that's been out? I mean, Starfield is kind of similar to like the Elder Scrolls. So I guess like Skyrim would be like a good close one, I guess. I haven't played Skyrim yet. I need to. It's been on my list. I really like that playthrough, really. I felt like it was kind of more of one of the unpopular games, weirdly enough. Oh, oh boy. Um, and I think it was probably just me playing it too much. Truthfully speaking, I played it a lot. As soon as Starfield came out, I was playing that nonstop. But I guess probably my next game that I'll play that's similar to Starfield will probably be the Elder Scrolls. I'll be playing Skyrim. And then they're coming out with what is it? Elder Scrolls 6, is it? That one could be pretty fun. So when I get a job, I'm gonna be playing a lot of newer games, and I'm excited to hopefully get you guys into that. We'll see. I mean, there is also like, if you're looking for like more games similar to Starfield, that would be like, kind of multiple choice, you know, you kind of have some amount of say. You know, you have your partners that you can kind of choose. Another option also, I could do a Baldur's Gate playthrough. I have Baldur's Gate, and I just haven't played very much of it. Let's see. They are, I believe so. Let me double check. The Elder Scrolls 6. Oh shoot, it's already playable. Apparently. According to Bethesda, it's already playable. It's just, it's not out yet. But this is gonna be like, probably the, honestly, depending on when it comes out, it very well could beat out, I could see this beating out GTA 6, honestly. Let's see. Howard has even admitted that announcing The Elder Scrolls 6 in 2018 was probably not the greatest idea, wishing the studio had done it more casually. Now with Starfield out, Bethesda seems a bit more willing to talk about it. Happy 30 years of Elder Scrolls, gosh. Let's see. What did they say here? Early 2026 it says it will come out. Nice. That sounds awesome. Also, hello Sammy, how's it going? Can you do carpet glitch to get infinite fuel? I mean, technically, probably yes. I guess. All these companies are doubling the sizes of the maps, like GTA is doubling now. Skyrim, yeah, it's gonna be crazy. Back guys, don't burn anymore. Welcome back. Good, you. I'm doing well. I'm very tired. We're starting to slow down here. Oh wait, this is an announcement teaser. What? You guys want to watch it with me? Let's watch the Elder Scrolls 6 teaser. I've never played the Elder Scrolls, but I probably will be. Ooh, that's a little bit loud. We're gonna turn that down. There we go. Okay, this does kind of look nice, I'm not gonna lie. That's a big world. That was it. I'm pretty sure that was it. Just let it go to this frame there. Okay. Yeah. So, I mean, you know, it's just something to hype you up a little bit. It's nothing like, oh yeah, you know, this game is gonna have this many companions and, you know, this big of a map, but it really does show you the expanse of that map, dude. Like, I mean, here, let me pull it up again so you guys can see this. Look at that. Look at the size of this map. I'm assuming this is the map. I mean, it could have just generated this to say, oh yeah, we're announcing it, it's officially coming. But I mean, you can see out there in the distance just so much. Now, I don't know how much exploration you're actually going to be able to do, because, like, in Skyrim, if I'm not mistaken, the borders were kind of, like, at some certain points, so you couldn't walk past that. However, I don't know if they're going to take a more Starfield approach, where it is kind of more procedurally generated, and, you know, you can't explore infinitely, and, you know, you're not going to... It's all kind of procedurally generated, like I said, or if it's going to be handmade. However, it does look very nice. I'm kind of interested to try to play it at some point, definitely. I mean, it looks like there's a little city down there. I don't know if you guys can... Oh. I pressed the wrong button. Okay, there's like a little city right there. I don't know if you can see that, but I'm pretty sure that's what that is. There's some ruins out here. I think this is actually a map, if that's a city. And if that's the case, this is going to be a really, really cool map. So yeah, I'm excited. I think the Elder Scrolls could be fun. And if it's coming early 2026, if it's coming early 2026, that gives me all of this year and 2025 to do a Skyrim playthrough. And I'm also probably going to try to do some Fallout. I have a couple of the Fallout games, and I've heard they're just so good. So I'd like to go play those at some point as well. I didn't finish Elder Scrolls, but this is crazy. Yeah, I mean, it's looking nice. And if it's anything like Starfield, I'm gonna like it. So, I'm gonna probably be playing that a lot. The mod support will probably be there pretty quickly, because modders love the Elder Scrolls. It's crazy. Something tells me I'm gonna hear Batman this week. Yeah, you will. You will. Looks like it would make my computer cry, most likely. Considering you're not able to run like Starfield, I would seriously doubt you'd be able to run this one. Are you building Volcano? Yes, yes I am. I'm glad you can recognize that. That makes me happy. That means I'm actually doing something right. Thank you for the Lurk Admiral. I appreciate it. No NPC shots. Yeah, sadly. They'll save those probably for let's see. Xbox should have a big event this year, and that happens in like June. They'll probably have some announcements for it then. They're not going to share a whole lot, but they'll probably. Actually, no. No, they won't do it this year. That'll probably be next year. So, you know what? They'll probably announce something about Starfield in June, because we're supposed to have a new DLC out this year, for it. So they'll probably announce that during the Xbox event. That's the one thing Bethesda will do. Next year, we'll probably hear a lot more about the Elder Scrolls as it gets a lot more completed. We'll probably get a trailer. We'll get probably a couple of trailers from them. There's also probably a Bethesda Direct. It's like Nintendo Direct, but I don't know what they actually call it. I think it's Bethesda Direct. But they will really show off stuff then. Does anyone have apartments for sale? I mean, I don't personally, but I'm sure somebody does. Can I have that? Thank you. Let me catch up here on chat. Looks like I'll run it at 10 FPS. Yeah, probably. I'm sure my computer might even struggle with it. It kind of struggled streaming. It struggled streaming Starfield. That's one of the big reasons I actually quit playing it on stream. Was it basically forced me to quit. One, I had a bad bug that just wouldn't go away, and then I also had the issue where it would just lag, and you guys would have like only half the fight or something like that, and I didn't want that. But it was a lot of fun to play, and I think I could probably play it now just fine, honestly. But I'm gonna end up probably by the time Elder Scrolls 6 comes around, I'll probably have a second PC to do the streaming side of things, and that should free up a lot of resources for my PC so I can do gaming and streaming at the same time. Let's see. I'm in Germany in June. Nice. That sounds awesome. I kind of want to visit Germany one day. It would be really fun. I found out how to make a 2x2 redstone door. I'm officially an engineer. Let's go. Certified engineer. Are you forklift certified? Let's see. It's 12 a.m. I gotta go to bed. Bye. All right. See you, Dark Forest. Thanks for playing. It was lots and lots of fun to have you around, and I hope to catch you again later. Yes. Oh, cut fly. We're gonna finish up all this. It's almost done. So what's in Germany, Sammy? What you getting up to out there, if you don't mind me asking? Sounds pretty cool though. Pool, theme park, chocolate factory, and more. That sounds wonderful. Well, I hope you enjoy your time. If I don't get a chance to wish you that before, I'm sure I will, but I might not remember necessarily. We're gonna try to finish this up. I want to get up to the top, or to the mid ring, because that'll give us a huge chunk of the volcano done. Honestly, we could do a lot more of the volcano in one day than what I thought I could. I want to get the volcano done quickly, because I'm at that point right now with inspiration anyway that I think I could. And so the more volcano I get done, the more volcano I get done, the better. Just because it means I'll be able to divert all my attention from this project to going and doing that project. And then if I can focus on that project and just hammer it out, we could get so much done, guys. Like, it would be scary the amount of progress we can make in one day with that. I mean, think about it this way. From that point right there, that bit right there, you take that and go all the way over to there. All of that and up was added today. And then from right there to all of this to there and going all the way up to here on that red ring there, that's all going to be added today as well. So we've made a lot of progress, and you know, we could easily do another part of the volcano. I'm kind of leaning towards doing that quadrant next. But if we just keep doing stuff like this, we will get done in no time. Like, this volcano's going down, dude. I'm excited. I've been making so much progress in life lately, guys. It's been so nice. I'm like at a point where I'm just happy with what I've got, which isn't like, you know, that hard to get. And I wasn't exactly unhappy before, but I'm just like really happy with everything going on lately. It's all been going right. And I've got a nice trip coming up in June. Pretty long one, so I won't be able to stream during that, but you know, the idea is there. I'll be gone and it'll be fun. I'll just have to try to do my best without streaming and talking to you guys all the time. I'll be on Discord still. Pool, theme park, chocolate factory, and more. I just come to torture you and I'm bored on the server and you're streaming on it. You know, I appreciate that. It keeps things fun. Keeps things fun and entertaining. I see you. I see you. Oh yeah, I'm going to a fair sometime this or next week. I'm very excited to possibly get food poisoning with it. Without it, it's not authentic to the experience. You know, that's fair. I Pun unintended. That was bad. Um well, that happened. But you know, you know, fair food does tend to have that effect on people. I'm not gonna lie. That's part of the experience, like you said. I get it. Fair, fair. You guys get it. It's because it's fair. And I imagine right after you type that, like you put down that blank expression emoji with like the straight lined mouth and the. It's just like, yeah, that sounds about right. Okay, we're almost done here. We've almost done like 3 shulkers of stone as well, which is impressive. That's a lot of stone to place in one day. But as you can tell, I do happen to like my stone. Just a little bit. Okay, we're almost done here. Just a couple more blocks to go. See, tomorrow is Wednesday. What am I doing tomorrow? I got a new skin to match with my engineer gadgets. I think it'll do. It looks very nice. It's got the nice overalls and it doesn't. I don't know about you guys, but there's 2 things overalls can tell you, and it depends on what pair you grab. Overalls can either mean you're a farmer or it can mean you're a really handy engineer electrician combo. And most of the time, I start leaning more towards engineer. That. Another game I want to play more of soon. I've actually been making some more plans for it. Is I want to do. I want to finish my playthroughs on Star Wars: The Old Republic. I haven't played that game in almost. I think it's been a full year now, and I've never finished the playthrough like I said I would. I just ran out of time, and it was such a grind that I forgot to do it. But I've got more time, hopefully coming up. I'm gonna be playing. Oh, 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 oh no! I'm hopefully gonna have more time to play those. To play those games, and especially after I finish. After I finish like my Hollow Knight playthrough and Software Inc. Software Inc. is coming to a close too. I'm getting close on that one. I'm getting close on a lot of my games all at the same time, which means it's almost time to bring probably Doom. I'm kind of leaning between doing Doom or doing going back to Halo. Because both need to get done at some point, and I never finished Halo. I beat the first game, and then I never got through the second game. We started it with my friend, and then we just never got time to finish it again. So I probably need to do that one at some point, and then I need to also probably finish. What's the other game that I haven't finished yet? Oh no, I can't remember. It's not good. I quickly had plastic surgery to have a blank face emoji. Yes. You see, you understood the mission. You understood. Now, I mean, now you're stuck permanently with that. But, it's okay. We'll just have a reverse plastic surgery. Or, not reverse plastic. You go reverse plastic surgery, I don't know. But you could do a plastic surgery reversal, I guess, where it undoes the bad plastic surgery. Probably. I don't know, I'm just speaking. You need to also eventually finish the custom trees. Oh yeah, that's right. You know, maybe we do that. Not today. Definitely not today. Maybe I'm kind of trying to plan out a King SMP week during the summer where I'm just streaming King SMP all week. So maybe I'll make that a part of it because that'll give me a little break from the King SMP because I actually have to separate the leaves from the logs and make 2 new schematic types for that. Because it's easier to place all the logs before the tree, or before the leaves, and so maybe that's what I'll do on one of those days. Is we'll do that for all of our trees, and then we'll do another day where we actually go through and place a lot of that. King SMP week is gonna be insane. When I do it because it's probably going to be after 1.21 comes out, so we'll have a lot of new features to play around with. Like, I'm really excited for the auto crafter, guys. It's going to be fun. Here we watch as the wild creature mostly known as King Ragnog build this fantastic volcano, quite extraordinary. Here we watch, staying hidden as to not scare this amazing creature. When is it gonna happen? Sometime in the summer, probably June or July, maybe even August. June is gonna be tough because it's gonna have to be earlier June, which I'm not really prepared for. I'm gonna have a lot of activities planned, hopefully. I'm gonna try to coincide it with an event if Unreal has time. I don't know what kind of event we'll do yet, but we'll figure that out when the time comes down to it. He just read it before he said that. Yeah, it was right around the same time. It was... Dang, those darn ads, right? Well, for what it was worth, I thought it was pretty funny. We've been spotted. Let me go to sleep. Pause. And sleep. There we go. Yeah, I think, if I'm honest, it'll probably be in July. That's probably when we'll do our King SMP week. I'm even gonna try to do a Saturday stream during that. We'll see if it happens, but I'm still planning things out. Well, that's my plan. I mean, we could even do a 12-hour stream along with it. I don't want to make it too big, because I'd have a lot going on. Maybe we end it with a 12-hour stream where I play whatever. Because that's the thing, I don't know if I could probably do 12 hours of King SMP, but I don't think I could do... I don't think I could do King SMP all week long for, like, you know, 5 days a week and then a 12-hour on top of that. That would be a lot. We'll see. I might be able to work with that. Is the update in May? Probably. If I had to guess, it'll probably be in May, yeah. Either May or June. It could be June. Early June. Alright, last couple of stacks of stone here. Luckily, it's all almost done. Record. I've got it. I don't remember when I pressed it, but I did press recording. Thank you so much. I would have been so mad had I not been recording a lot of this. And I think I've gotten most of it. I missed a couple, I know that, but for the most part, it's been all recorded, thankfully. Alright, let me go ahead and rip out this stuff here. And then, we'll go ahead and prepare for a raid after that. This is gonna look sick. I'm just now realizing how big this is. Like, I knew how big it was, but at the same time, just now, like, realizing how big it is in terms of the fact that I'm also, like, finishing it soon. Like, so soon. Like, I think we could get this done by the end of the month. Well, actually, no, not the end of this month. Okay, I think we could get it done by the middle of next month. Midpoint 21? Yeah, we could do that. I did promise that we'd raid them a little later, since we weren't raiding them yesterday, or not yesterday, was it Friday? So yeah, we could do that. I'm gonna be editing you into a little newspaper about this discovery. I appreciate that. Thank you, Sammy. Alright. I think that's good enough. Maybe not. Hang on. There we go. Stop recording. Let's come down here and put away any material we didn't get. Or we didn't use, sorry. And then let's go in spectator and see what we did. Wow. We did a lot. We did a lot today, guys. I'm proud of this. I'm I like that. I mean, how do I want to frame the thumbnail? It's the question. Do this. Turn your FOV in. That. And then do that. Or zoom out a little bit more. Do this. Put my little character avatar over here like I usually do, and the title will be something like Mega Volcano Progress. That's usually how it goes in my head anyway. And I mean, of course, like you said, time's ticking. The mountain especially is in need. I like the plane shots. Yeah, the plane looks great, dude. Very good angle. Yeah, so I think actually, now that I'm thinking about it, we hammer out the volcano, just get it done, because that's part of the issue right now with where I'm at. Is I've got so many projects going on that it's taking away from other projects, and so if I just hammer it out, do this one, like, you know, I might actually have to do some terraforming to this to make it look better, but I actually intend to leave a lot of the grass there. I just want to smooth it out and make sure it looks good, and yeah, but once we fill in this will take me like right here, this probably is 30-minute job, maybe an hour. This quadrant right here is probably our biggest one, so we'll have to cut it out up into a little bit smaller sections, but we could probably get this quadrant done in one day. So, you know, we got one day here, and then this one could be another day. We could probably do it in 3 streams in total if I buckled down and did it. I don't know how many days I want to do just volcano work, but I'm willing to do, 3 more 6-hour streams to get it done if that's what it means. And I mean, it's not going to be done, but it's going to be functional, or not functionally, sorry. It's going to be mostly done, where it's like, okay, it's at least built. And then I'll have to, at some point, I'll do the interior where it's actually going to have some more terraforming in it. There's going to be lava. You know, I'm actually going to try to put some stuff inside it to make it look cool, but we'll see. And then, of course, we've got all this. This is my big project. We're not going to buckle down just yet and do it, but my guess is after we do all of the volcano, it's time to start working on the river. And I will go through and drain the entirety of the river. It's almost done. It truly is. I'd estimate it's probably a quarter of the way. Maybe getting closer to half at that point. It's gonna be pretty deep here, so that's gonna take some time. But of course, we've got time. The big thing is I need to get the mountain range done by the end of the year. I need to beat Unreal on the bet. So, you know, that's the one thing I'm going to probably be tackling a lot of in the coming weeks, and we'll see how that goes. Anyway, I've talked for a good while. Some things probably good, some things are probably bad. It's whatever. I know some people aren't exactly happy with all my opinions, and I'm okay with that. However, we are going to raid somebody here, which the person we're going to raid is Midpoint21. He's currently playing some Minecraft Hardcore. He's got a 3,700 plus day world here. It looks like he's working on prepping for a raid farm. So, we'll say hello to him. Sounds like a good time for sure. If you guys join the raid, you'll get some free channel points, and you'll get to meet a cool new streamer if you haven't already met him. That is. Let's see. Let me catch up here on chat before we call it. It's not your opinion, it's just your face. Thank you, Nightfall. I appreciate that. I've got a bunch of pictures I think I've got to make lore around out of. Oh boy. Oh boy. Sounds good, Sammy. Good night, guys. I appreciate y'all. And I'll catch you next time. Later.